Do we do the Kamala thing one more time? No.
What Kamala thing?
That Kamala video.
We got Jennifer Lewis tonight, right?
We're live. Go ahead.
You mean meet on my computer?
Take your time.
Man, I put this. Oh, we live. Never mind. I apologize. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's all right. People understand a little bit of the behind the scenes.
Right? I put some certain makeup on and my eyes were burning, and I was just like, somebody DM us and tell us how do you know when your makeup is old? And if so, is this a sign of old makeup? Time to re-up, clean out your makeup bag.
Quarantine has our makeup expiring.
For real. God.
Greetings.
Hello.
Welcome to the final night of coverage. I wish I had a round of applause or a laugh track back here.
Let's clap for ourselves.
For real, this has been a marathon. 4 nights, 4-hour nights. I don't think anybody has put 16 hours of content together for you all for in a week, or really just throwing this together for you all, just to have this dialogue and just for people to really know about our experiences in the party as delegates, as Black women in this party, and progressive Black women in this party. And so I'm excited to join you tonight. I am here, of course, Dallas Fowler, co-host and one of your Dem Misfit Black girls, and I am here with my fellow co-hosts, the fantastic Miss Dina Becker, Commissioner Melina Lawrence, and Gina Harris, our elected member to the LA County Central Committee. And delegates, of course, we're all delegates. We were delegates for Bernie Sanders, and Melina is a commissioner here in Los Angeles. So we said we are together doing this media and gonna bring you the live DNC coverage. So let's recap from last night really quick, ladies. I would say let's just go around the clock. Dina, Gina, Melina.
Well, I'm probably going to speak for everyone here, but the highlight for me was Kamala. She killed it. And I love how they showcased her family. And I personally think that her family is a very good representation of what America is. It's a melting pot, just like America is. And hey, we're all here. Let's love each other. Let's make this happen.
I love it. Gina? Uh-oh.
Are you thinking?
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, so yeah, absolutely. No, leading with love is definitely very important. From my standpoint, I was bored. I'll be honest. I think the DNC could have did a little bit more of hyping the crowd up, making it a little bit more energetic yesterday. I don't think a lot of people I saw online are looking at Kamala's speech now, especially on the East Coast, because they gave up and were like, I'm going to bed. So I mean, that's honest. Like, I've been looking through Twitter and, looking through social media, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm going to check out Kamala's speech today. I fell asleep. So that's my personal thing. I think, we need so much energy, energize this party to energize this ticket. And I think they missed the mark on that, but it is still historical to have a, Black woman, biracial woman, elected as VP. If I'm going to call it, I think she will be president in the next 4 years. I think that Biden will either be like, you know what, I got y'all here. You got it, sis. I'm out. Where's my ice cream? But those are just my predictions. We'll come back to this in a few years and see if I was accurate.
Right.
Okay. And maybe sooner than 4 years, but we're gonna push right now for November 3rd. And that's what I was looking at. I was listening for how she was going to express herself to the base that is actually not pro Kamala. And I was seeing how she was going to introduce her world to the voters, those who were undecided. And then I was also listening for how Kamala was going to unite the generations. And so in speaking with my family afterwards and listening to some of the elders today, they loved it. To Gina's point, some of our younger voters, they were not as enthused. They're enthused about getting out the vote, or what do we do? They're inquisitive, and they're curious. But they weren't as dead on woo. And I think part of it too, another thing that I personally missed was being at the convention. And I think this experience was a new experience for Dems, new experience for all voters. If you want to go outside the party lines and just talk voter talk, I think people were interested to see, or finally see, a glimpse into the world of the DNC. And for those who are a part of that world, I feel like we missed a lot not being able to be physically present and socially distant. But and last thing, Kamala said that stuck with me, and I saw some quotes online today scrolling through Insta, was, there's not a vaccine for racism. So within the Black Lives Matter movement and where America is today, in the words of my dad, he was just like, now is the time because it's time. So
that's going to be, I think that is going to be what the Democrats use for part of their campaigning for the rest of the election. That was the killer statement right there. So I definitely, I'm going to steal that too.
We should all say,
I'm going to steal that one too.
We need unified messaging in this piece.
Other than stealing, I posted earlier or last night, right after we got off of this, you guys know that from Poetic Justice when Tupac and them pulled up at that barbecue and he was like, cousin. And I posted that I'm pulling up on Kamala Harris like, cousin.
I'm gonna be right behind you.
She's in the White House and I'm pulling up on her like, what up, cousin?
Right. And shout out to the Bay Area. LA love and shout out to the Bay. I'm so excited.
I love that folks are enjoying. Okay, so I'm seeing some of the comments coming in. Folks are feeling the beat. We decided, hey, it's a celebratory move. This is our final night. We got dressed up for you.
And our finery.
Okay. We want to just make sure that we brought the party in. And I'm just thankful for all the comments coming through. Keep watching with us. The conversation's gonna heat up tonight on the issues that really matter. Tonight we're going to be talking about water in Black and brown communities and low-income communities of color, our water rights, and what's at stake for us in terms of the environment. Somebody hashtag Black women care about the environment. Black women care about the environment. I think there's a rumor that you can't come and talk to us because we are the ones that are impacted by the drilling and the fracking that's happening in our communities.
Yeah, I remember that earthquake.
We got some folks from Flint coming in. We're going to be talking about Flint. We're going to be talking about water. And we're, of course, going to be featuring our Black businesses. So, but before we get into that, we are going to pay one little bill really quick. And it's a Black-owned business, so you shouldn't be mad. So, in a second, you got to get that rolling. Okay, so Dina's going to share our bill paying message for us, and we'll be right back.
Yo, excuse me. Yeah, you over there. Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you for a minute? Hold up. Yoga mama, yoga. How you like to have a different straw for your soda? I got a little neat piece of art to bring you over. It's made in Wonderland from wishing on a four-leaf clover. Plastic ones, they end up in the ocean as a floater, or even birds from birds, or a turtle as a joker. This one gets recycled in a nice little folder you can put back in your pocket when that juicing time is over. Half a billion straws is kind of crazy when you about it every day, like it's not possible to have a drink without it. So if we must, we gotta take the right approach. Plus the flavor's way better and the sounds is really dope. So I'm saying now or never, cause the planet needs some hope. We got a fatty and a shorty, plus the skinny one to go. You just gotta use the brush, then you add a little soap. Think about our common future if you really wanna go. So if you wanna go, sip and slide. Let's go, reusable revolution. We could go fast, baby, we could go fast. If you wanna go, sip and slide. Let's go, reusable revolution. We could go fast, baby, we could go fast. 166.
Yes.
Yes, that was so dope.
Yes. Oh, that was awesome.
All right. That
All right.
was really cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was Sea Savers, and it is a Black woman-owned company. So everybody out there, support.
They were straws, right?
Yeah, they're plexiglass straws. I believe it's plexiglass straws, or is it just? I think it's glass, regular glass straws, and they actually look like pieces of art. They are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, no, they looked really good. I thought that I was grooving to the song, and I was like,
Me
why
too.
haven't I
I was
heard
all
them?
invested.
I couldn't tell if it was a flavor. Are they flavored straws?
It looks like they're flavored.
They're not flavored. The colors are just named after very specific things. Like the first straw, Honey, that's actually named. I'm just going to assume it's named after the owner because her name is Honey.
That's my mama name
okay.
too.
So really quick, before we move on, can I just run through who's coming up on the convention today? It looks like it's pretty jam-packed, and we have some pretty good names on here, some really good performances. So we got coming up on the convention timeline, we have speaking Senator Cory Booker,
Okay. New Jersey.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg, performance by the Chicks, which you guys told me that's the Dixie Chicks right now. I should know this. I'm the millennial, and I should keep up on that, but I guess I didn't know. So performance by the Chicks. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. So shout out to her because you guys know she recently she's still recovering from COVID. So shout out to her for being able to take time even from home to have the energy because people, I mean, this is wiping you down or wiping you out. To do this. So we have Senator Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Duckworth, Senator Chris Coons. We had a performance by John Legend and Common, so we're going to check that out. I'm going to fight Tiffany Haddish on Common. It's cool.
Girl, you and Tiffany alone. No, I'm just. You know what? I have to say this. Shout out to Common because he is a FAMU. He came through FAMU, so we claim FAMU. And Keisha Lance Bottoms is a Florida Agricultural Mechanical University alum now as well. So we claim her. And tonight we also have another FAMU person who's coming. It just happens to be who's going to be talking with us about the water in Flint.
Awesome. So one thing that bothered me, though, they do have Michael Bloomberg talking, but I'm not going to go there. And then we got Andrew Yang. So hashtag out to the Yang Gang. Shout out to you guys. John Meacham, Dr. Vivek Murthy, Representative Deb Holland. And then shout out California. We got Alex Padilla speaking and Jocelyn Benson. And then, of course, we're going to close up with Vice President Joe Biden. And then they're saying they're having an after party. So it's hosted, they're going to be doing an after party. So I don't know what that's about, but that might be into our cool down. We might still check it out. And if it ain't going to be lit, then we're going to shut it down and we're going to make the after party ourselves.
Right.
We're dressed for an after party.
If they're not turning it up, we'll turn it up.
We turn it up for you.
All right. So we also have another Black-owned business that we're going to be featuring tonight, and we're waiting for her to get into the studio. And I'll tell you a little bit about the company. It's called California Country Organics, and it is owned and operated by a woman named Tracy Kennedy, and she's a fierce, fabulous Black sister doing it all her own, and she makes body products, all natural. I am a big fan of something that she has called mouth mud. And I know it sounds crazy.
Mouth mud.
I mean, we've already went to condition her. So mouth mud, let's just.
Mouth mud. Okay.
After condition her, we go to mouth mud. And mouth mud is a kind of activated charcoal based powder that has coconut oil and a bunch of different herbs in it. And you just wet your toothbrush in it and stick it in and, dip it and then brush. And it comes in different flavors, mint, cinnamon. I'm partial to the cinnamon. And I tell you, the first time I used this stuff, I could not believe how white it made my teeth immediately. It was crazy. And then she has another product that I really love. It's called Maine Moonshine, and it's an all organic oil, and it has a whole bunch of different oils, but mainly a bit of olive oil, what's it, black castor oil, and it smells so good, so good. And I use it for hot oil treatments or a scalp treatment. And sometimes I like to, when I do my hair, okay, let's keep it real, sisters, okay? So we're going to do a little hair lesson here, because to get the little wavy curl things, I actually put my hair in flat twists. And I'm talking about like Queen Latifah and set it off twist, okay? That's how I end up looking when I do it. But after I put in my leave-in conditioner, I top it off with the Maine Moonshine little oil, and that seals in the moisture. And then I do my twist, and the set always comes out really beautiful, really soft, a little sheen, not greasy. It is wonderful. So hopefully we'll get Tracy in here soon. Has she shown up in the studio yet?
No, she's not in yet, but soon as she comes in, we will bring her in and start the dialogue. It's funny. Last night we had a interesting person that came in to the group, and Dina, I'll let you take that story. So what happened when the woman came in?
The comments section got a little heated last night, and it got to the point where I'm like looking at the chat, and I was like, did this woman just say that? It was, I don't know what her full name is, but it was Penny. I refer to her as Miss Penny. But she made a very disrespectful comment in regards to Senator Harris's mother and Senator Harris, really. And it was appalling, but it was so bad that other people in the chat started dragging this woman. I mean, she was dragged for filth, and it was beautiful to witness.
Shout out to Deidre, because I know Deidre's watching. Shout out to Deidre. I saw you, girl.
Yes. So, family in the chat, thank you so much for toning those people, because it's not necessary. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to disrespect anyone. We're not here to drag anyone. We're here to bring out some positive messages, and most importantly, information that we can use, that we all can use, no matter what your political preference is. The information is good. But
okay, well, I do believe that we have Miss Tracy Kennedy in from CC Organics. So I am going to allow Dina to start the introduction, and we'll bring some information up about Miss Tracy.
Okay, so again, we are welcoming Tracy Kennedy. She is the owner and operator of California Country Organics. It's a homemade line of body care products, everything for the hair, for the skin, for the teeth, and the products are just wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And that website that you're seeing right now, those are her beautiful children. And she uses friends and family in her advertising. It's very family-based, family-oriented, and very positive. So let's welcome Tracy to the show.
All right. Okay.
Hi, Tracy.
How are you guys this evening?
We are great. We're so happy to have you here.
Look, I'm over here like looking at my eyelashes right now. I see a little shimmer on there, and look, I love my eyelashes to be jacked up like Tammy Faye Baker. So I'm what can you say about me right now, darling?
Well, Tracy, tell us all about your company. How did you start?
So basically, I'm originally from California, and I worked in fine dining in Los Angeles, and then I got pregnant, and all of a sudden my world kind of changed, and I became a stay-at-home mom. And then my son developed eczema, and I was like, yo, if I can make a recipe to heal somebody from the inside, I can do it from the outside. So I went all like crazy overprotective mom, and I was like, I'm kill you, eczema. And and I applied the same philosophy of good quality ingredients, and I applied those to body care, and I ended externally healing my son's eczema. And I was like, oh, look at this black girl magic inside of me. What else can I accomplish? So the next thing I know, I started trying to save my family money, and I made bug repellents and toothpaste and muscle rubs. And look, the only thing I didn't make were shampoos and soaps, and that was just because there's so many companies out there that do them well. And I said, you know what? I'll let them have the cleansers, and I'm just going to keep my line 100% toxin free, chemical free, unnecessary emulsifier free. It is just a really good product that I wanted to create for my family, and I shared something with a friend of mine, and she bragged about it on Facebook, and 2 days later, people were like, shut up and take my money. What else do you make?
I think I was one of those people.
You were like, I'll take 4 jars, please. I like toothpaste. I like fresh breath. I like white teeth. Give me some. And I kept telling everybody, I was like, I don't have a label. I don't have jars. And they were like, that's great. So that money that I just gave you for my product, I'm going to need you to go ahead and go buy them jars. You should go ahead and make my product, and I'm going to go ahead and ship my product. And that is how California Country Organic started.
And you've been featured in some other shops too, right?
I have a couple of little stores all around the United States. I've been on radio in Birmingham. I've been on television in Birmingham. I've been on Vice News when I was a vendor at WakandaCon. I've done public speaking in Chicago. I've done public speaking here. The nonprofit Nest organization that helps small businesses. I've done listen and learn talks to help motivate other small businesses. Diane's Heart, which is a non organization that helps single moms kind of transition and find their own and get back on their feet. I did an encouraging words for them for an event that they just had. So for me, California Country Organics is more than just a company where I make some money. For me, this company was learning how to, as my motto says, love yourself organically.
Yeah.
It was digging into that part of me and understanding that I could not be great if I couldn't learn how to just love me at the core. Like even the nooks and crannies and all that bad stuff and how clumsy I am and how forgetful I am, and like all of those things that we constantly self-deprecate, we beat ourselves so much, and we tell ourselves we're so insignificant that we don't what makes us absolutely amazing.
Yeah. And your products are good for the whole family, right?
Infant to elderly safe. They're actually seizure safe as well. So any type of eucalyptus, hyssop plants, and all that other stuff, that's all gone. I wanted to make sure that when I created this product, I wanted anybody and everybody to be able to say, you know what? That's safe enough for my skin. That's safe enough for my 1-month-old. That's safe enough for my grandma who refuses to clean her feet and all that dead skin, but she's salty because she gonna scrub them feet tonight, baby.
Right. Okay, now you just taught me something. Could you explain more about what you meant by making things seizure safe? Because this is the first time hearing of this.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So in 2018, I had been in business just a little over a year. Yeah, just a little over a year. And I randomly started getting this influx of people, of customers saying, does it have rosemary in it? Does it have eucalyptus in it? And I was like, yeah, it does. And they're like, oh yeah, people that are prone to seizures, those plants produce an enzyme that will actually trigger seizures. So I had to go back and do a complete.
Wow.
Yes. So I had to go back and do a complete overhaul on my product line, and anything that could create a seizure, I took it all out, and I found oils that did either the same job or if not better. And so, yeah, now I have a line that I am, from the time I wake up in the morning to the time I go to bed at night, I am 100% happy and proud of.
What is your top seller?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to give you my two top sellers. My two top sellers, my Skin Soldier Healing Cream, which started this entire company. It is good for cuts, burns, bruises, bug bites, general skin irritations. Everyday moisture for your face. Keep you young and beautiful. Look. Hello, 40 around the corner. Yes.
You got that glow up, girl. You got it.
Yes.
Well, tell our audience where they can find you.
You can find me at www.calibamaorganics.com. That's CalibamaOrganics.com. And you can find me on Instagram at I think it's still California. No, it's at Calibama CCO, and Facebook California Country Organics Body Care.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Tracy.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome, and we will see you again soon.
Yes, but hold on, wait. Side note. With this top, this green, girl, you giving me some envy right now. You giving me some envy, honey.
I made green goddess tonight.
Wait, did my eyes just turn green? Because I'm a little jealous, Miss Sexy. Come through today, tomorrow, and forever. Yes. I'm here for it.
I love you, Tracy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, Tracy. And I'm just looking at the chat, and I did put the link to this website, her website, in the chat, but it is CALI, B as in boy, MA, organics.com. So it's like Calibama, like California, Alabama, organics.com.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Alabama.
And I'm gonna order some of this mouth mud, because I know my teeth are white, but I got a really high bright light on right now. So I need to do a little and here and in there. So I'm gonna condition her, and then I'm gonna use a little mouth mud, and then one day I'm gonna go out and find a man.
I will be right there with you.
Whenever COVID is over, we got to go out and do some with our mouth mud and our condition her. But one thing, I wanted to I was discussing on one of our late night kind of post-production conversations. Is that the right term? You guys are the film people here. Where were you in post-production?
The after show?
The after show. One of the things that we were talking about was hair care, because if you guys are watching, you guys know a Black woman's hair is near and dear to our hearts, and we struggle with it. And I have a saying where I say, being Black means you are 50 shades of Black with 50 hair textures to match. And you can see that just looking at this video right now. You got people, you got the curl, you got the natural, you got Dallas over here with that long, beautiful hair, and you got me with half my head shaved. So, but one thing it made me reflect on was the fact that my dad, and may he rest in peace, he's no longer with us. He was in Black hair care back in the 70s. And this is when, Black hair was still very, kind of coming up. We were still, we had, Madam CJ going back way into the early 20s, but in the 70s and 80s, we were really trying to, in a sense, rebrand our hair care. You know what I mean? And so my dad, got into the hair care business and started working with Alberta Culver.
Tell everyone who your dad was.
I'm sorry, what?
Tell everyone his name.
Oh, so my dad's name is Carl Harris. No relation to Kamala, I don't think. Definitely not her dad. But could my dad and her dad have been long lost cousins, brothers? Who knows? maybe. My dad came to California, and I'm the product of an older gen. Like my dad was 60 when I was born. So
Oh, wow.
fun fact about that, hence the maturity, I guess. But so my dad was part of the Great Migration to the West Coast. He came from Arkansas. He came to the West Coast in the late 40s or maybe really early 50s and got into the Air Force. He did a lot of odd and things. And what's his story is a true story of come up and struggle, because when he left Arkansas at 18, he left Arkansas with, like, literally the story was a cardboard suitcase and $17. He got on the segregated train in Arkansas and headed towards Los Angeles. And the reason why he came out here wasn't just looking for economic opportunity, because we were thriving at the time due to the war, but it was also because he was looking for his birth mother. My dad was adopted at birth, and so actually the last name Harris really isn't mine. But he was looking for his adoptive mother, and he found out she was in Los Angeles. So he came out here. And the saddest story he would tell, always made me cry, was that when he got to Union Station, he was like, he saw everybody that he had made kind of friends with on this train ride over, the day, how many ever days it took. And he said when he saw all their families picking him up, and then there was no one to pick him up, he realized he had to start getting, and this is at 18 years old. You got $17. You're now hitting the ground in Los Angeles. And so he made it work, and he did odd and end jobs. And, fast forward, he got in the Air Force, fast forward again, and he worked his way into hair care. And as we were talking about the conversation about hair products, it reminded me that my dad helped start up the TCB, or Taking Care of Business, hair care line. And the reason why, if you know the history of Black hair care, TCB was kind of like that, hey, taking care of business, that was that type of hair care line. And as he worked for that, and I have a picture, he worked in like Summit Labs or something. You gave me the kind of the heads up, and I was like, that's how you know I love my dad too much, because I have all his pictures. But you see, this is my dad. And it was kind of a stock photo from when he was doing his lab, and he's like making, they're making hair care products. And so stock photo, I'm pretty sure this was well staged, but nonetheless, it's a great photo. And this is my dad in the 70s. Check out the fro. And so when my dad broke free of Alberta Covert, he had a vision that I realized just now that this is his time. He had this vision probably in the early 80s, which was to start his own hair care line and start creating almost a black hair care or black beauty union. And he wanted to create what he called inner city enterprises, where we looked after our own, and we became a community and we built wealth. And so I found this where he literally did a symposium. This is from the 80s. And, this is from the early 80s. And so he did a symposium called Black Beauty and Black Bucks. Now, mind you, early 80s. And then in the heading, it says the psychology of Black hair care. So my dad went out and he started his own hair care line called For Us, not like FUBU, not For Us by Us, but just For Us. That was his hair care line. So he came out with these hair care products. And one of them is the terrible, that curl activator that caused your soul to glow. I'm sorry for that, but he did help develop that with the guy that actually did patent the jury curl. So sorry for that one. But so nonetheless, but like I said, my dad was ahead of his time, and he was just now trying to create that. But are we our guest now?
Next guest is here.
Oh, yeah. Cool. I was just burning time. So there you go. Dallas, I think you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you.
We said we were getting into the environment this evening and water. Oh, shoot. Did we? I think he might have. I'm sure he's going to come in. I'm going to run the intro for him now, nonetheless. His name is Jonathan Quarles, and he is from the Flint, Michigan area. He has started a new company, and I'm just going to let this fantastic intro speak for itself. So hang tight.
Okay, we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties on Dallas's part. So actually, Gina, go ahead and finish that story because I was riveted.
Oh, well, yeah. So he started that, and he. I mean, the sad part about it was that the community wasn't ready, and right when that happened was when. Go ahead. So right when that happened, right when.
Okay, so trying to share alike. Sometimes it wants to be a little difficult. We're gonna get it rolling. Come on.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say. So sometimes, like, you know, when you're ahead of your time like that, you even in your own community, you're not accepted.
I actually met this brother in college. He was NAACP president or vice president at the time, and then he was the president. And he was just a wonderful person. Was always trying to do better for his community. He ultimately back to the mission area and was serving in the city of Detroit, doing things. There he is. Okay. Okay, hang on. Start from the beginning.
To help those in need when I can do so. Flint became the big story in America when it was uncovered. I've always had a passion for entrepreneurial social impact. It's truly a privilege to introduce Quartz water source, whose story was rooted in my hometown, Michigan. In 2014, Flint became the biggest story in America when it was uncovered that the water supply was heavily contaminated with lead. I have family that were directly impacted by what happened. I quickly realized that Flint was not alone. Flint had simply become a U.S. epicenter of a global crisis, and that 3 people in the world does not have access to clean drinking water. That's something about it. People of Flint and all over the world deserve better. I first learned about atmospheric water generation technology on a trip to Israel, and immediately my wheels started to turn on the potential of edge technology. The technology taps into the abundant source of water, the air. It literally takes water out of thin air. These machines are portable, low in energy consumption, and generates 5 times more water per kilowatt hour than any other technology on the market. I knew that I had to evangelize this technology and bring it home to Flint and to all over the world, and that water is a right, not a privilege. We're not looking at replacing municipal water. We like to think of ourselves as a reliable second-line water solution. I look for witnessing Quartz impacting the world and helping community leaders better prepare for emergencies. But more importantly, bringing water to the people.
I love that. Now, joining us. Oh, how do we have it? There we go. Fix that. Now, joining us is Jonathan Quarles. We're still working out the kinks. We're not the production.
Hello, ladies.
Hello. Thank you for joining.
Hi, how are you? It's my pleasure.
Doing
Thank you for having
great.
me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, we're working out technical difficulties. So if we, but we're going to keep this moving on. But Dallas, you good?
Are they hearing me?
Can you all hear us, Hannah?
Out. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, could you not hear me before?
No.
Oh, okay. So, Jonathan, that was funny. Greetings.
Hey,
Hello. What's up, JQ?
greetings.
Thank you for being here. So, talk to us a little bit about growing up in Flint, and then we'll dive into what's going on now with the latest news.
Sure, sure. So I'm a proud Flint native. We call ourselves Flintstones, and
That's cute.
it's one of the best things that ever happened to me. I mean, there's not much, it's not much attraction in Flint. That's the when I think people are probably the most genuine, the most authentic people you would ever meet. Flint taught me grit. It taught me hustle. It taught me how to value community, and it's just I'm so happy to be able to provide some value to my community that raised me and made me who I am. So. Um, I'm through and through a Flintstone, so I love it.
I love it. And so, your company now is Quartz Water. And so, talk about the technology that you're using. This is something that we want to see more of here in California. And I know it's happening in the deserts in Africa and other places. So, talk about what happened in Flint
Mhm.
and what led you to think about bringing this company together.
Sure. So 2014 is when it all started with the Flint water crisis, which became international news. I have family and friends that were negatively impacted today, and even then, some people actually passed away because of lead poisoning and lead contamination. So this was something that was extremely personal for me. I didn't really realize that I was going to start a business. I'm a serial entrepreneur as it is now, but I knew I wanted to do something that was sustainable and not just put a band-aid on a larger issue as it relates to underserved communities like Flint. And so in 2015, I had an opportunity to travel to Israel. And when I was in Israel, I met a company called WaterGen that has this atmospheric generation technology um, uh, uh, that's able to make water out of air. And it's actually actually the largest industrial scale water um, technology in the world. And so after a few months of kind of like talking about this to the community, before we even brought it back to the community, I wanted to make sure that the residents, the community leaders, the philanthropic community will want, this as a solution. And then after doing some research, we realized after 6 to 8 months of doing the listening tour, we realized that this is a bigger issue. It's bigger than Flint. I mean, this is happening all over the United States right now. Either water shutoffs, water contamination, high lead count. And I think now people are just realizing that because people are starting to test frequently. But before they just weren't. For cities like Detroit and Chicago and a lot of the Midwest cities that actually are old infrastructures. I mean, in Detroit alone, there's still wooden pipes where water actually flows through in Detroit in 20.
Wow.
Yeah,
Whoa.
there's still wooden pipes.
Whoa.
And because it costs so much to change the infrastructure, that's never been a priority. And so they continuously put Band-Aid on the situation. And then what happened with Flint was just malfeasance. I mean, it was, you had an emergency manager that basically said, we're trying to save money and we're going to do it at any cost. And so they switched over to the Flint River, which the Flint River, if anybody been to Flint, and you can just look at the Flint River. I mean, the Flint River
I
is the
can already
color of,
tell you.
yeah.
Yeah,
And so,
it's brown.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, so this was happening way before it actually became national or international news. I remember my mother used to bring my mom would like come to Detroit and bring me this alkaline water, and so this alkaline water would be cloudy, and I would ask my mom, "Why is this cloudy? Like it's not supposed to be cloudy," and it had a weird taste to it. And so a lot of community members saw that. We started posting it online. The government was very slow. Particular time, the governor and his leadership was slow in actually addressing it. And so, I mean, long story short, the Flint water crisis happened. And so my thing is, what are we going to do now? It's one thing to be able to provide clean drinking water, but there's another thing is, Flint still needs jobs. I look at Flint as a place, and this is what I've been advocating in Congress, is making Flint the water capital of the world. We have an opportunity in Flint where land is cheap. We have intellectual capital there from people that are engineers from the factories for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. And let's figure out a way in which we can like have a federal facility where we study water and do research in water and start teaching K through 12 the professions that is around water. So let's take and let's redefine what Flint really is, besides being a violent community, a violent city per capita, as well as bad water. And so that's the movement that we've created. And a lot of people that I graduated with, at least millennials, we are doing our part to make Flint, put it back on the map for positivity and not just negative.
I see it, and I've really been seeing it. And shout out to you froze up a little bit. Is he clear on yours? Okay, so it's just my screen. Shout out to the BMC Black Millennial Conference, because they have been organizing millennials around water in Flint as well. And everybody who has taken water to Flint, taken other resources to Flint, God bless you. Thank you. This is genocide. Okay? And anytime you do this to a minority community or a majority sect of people within a state, that's exactly what this is. And right now they are talking about a settlement of $600 million. Now there's about somewhere between 38 to 40,000 residents there, homes there in Flint. And that would equate to about maybe $15,000, maybe somewhere between $10,000 to $15,000 per home. So, and I'm hearing as low as $6,000. And so that is what is unacceptable. I hope that the community there is fighting back and saying no, because we have. I love your vision for making Flint the water. We've been fighting our own water battles here in California. I was telling you a little earlier, we've had whole water districts, the Central Basin Water District, which is over parts of Compton, Carson, Watts, has Watts Willowbrook area, has a number of predominantly Latino, African American, Asian community of color, 2.2 million residents. And there was a bill that was put forth to really essentially take their, I see you, Gene. Essentially,
He's gone too.
Okay. Hang on. We're going to keep the party going.
You got to get everybody back in here.
Okay. Jonathan, I hope you can get to a better signal. I think your signal may be fading. If you can't, can you hear Jonathan? Okay, come back in with us. You've got a low signal right now, but if maybe refresh, we'll keep conversation going. We'll bring you right back in. We definitely want to hear more from you about what's happening in Flint and continue that dialogue. And just letting people know that this technology is out there. And so I remember, just to finish what was happening in California. So there was a bill that was put forward. It was Senate Bill 625, a state bill that would essentially send this profitable, solvent public entity that managed over $100 million in water resources, that was in a public trust. They were trying to send it into receivership, which would make it default on all of its water bonds, all of those things, And I think that was unacceptable to the people. We fought, and so far, I think the bill is really kind of dead in rules right now. I don't think it's going to come back around, but now they're flying at an even higher level. Now there's a United States Senate bill that is going, and it's being carried by Senator Tammy Duckworth and our California Senator Dianne Feinstein and another Republican senator out of the Indiana area. I don't know all those Republican names. I'm sorry. I just don't keep track on them like I should. what that bill is set to do is to take all of, make it, to legalize what some of these senators were trying to do here in California, and force low-income communities of color, water districts in those communities to go into a joint venture with private water. So the reasoning by what was happening in California is they were essentially trying to take it through process. It wasn't all written in one bill, but they already did that to one district in Compton, the Sativa district, where they had put that into under the care of a private water company. So this Senate bill now flying at a higher level is essentially saying that it would force those communities of color to go into a joint venture with these private water companies. So these private companies can profit off of our public water. And what does that mean if they have a control over those boards? They can raise your rates. Okay, so now I can't afford my water bill. They're shutting off water. Jonathan is just sharing with you, they're shutting down water in other people's cities and towns. They may, in some cases, they may put a lien on your home. Okay, this is highly unacceptable. This is a battle that Black folk better wake up and pay attention to. I know the battle is happening on many fronts, but we have to get trained and educated. And so earlier this year, I started the California Coalition for Clean Water and Reliability. And my goal is to be able to work with folks like Jonathan and the BMC and Black people across this country so that we can train an educated group of citizens to be able to be knowledgeable in water and be able to serve on those boards and capacities. Because we can't run for everything. I don't want to run for everything. I don't want to run for water board. But I know we need Black people to be prepared for this, to prepare and take care of our water. So what you can do is call those senators, Tammy and Diane, and also engage your senator. So Tammy Duckworth may not be your senator. Diane Feinstein may not be your senator. But call your senator and ask them about Senate 2596, Senate Bill 2596, and I'm going to put that up there so you all understand to call them and say no. But now that we have Jonathan back, I want to get back more into Flint. So we want to talk about the $600 million and where you're at with that. We say no, not enough. Come back with some B's on the end.
So we say the same thing, and let me just kind of touch on what you were talking about also. You know, one of the things that we're very thoughtful and we're careful about is that we don't want to be that private company. So when you think about those private water companies that's going to be getting in bed with the government, that's not us. We're a small MBE certified company. What we're doing is different. We're going work directly with foundations and community organizations, and we're working with them in financing so that they can actually afford these machines. We look at our machines as a second line of clean water source for municipality. We don't plan on, because all of our water, it doesn't come from the underground infrastructure. We're separate from municipalities. We can't even compete with municipal water because it's so cheap. So what we do is we serve as almost like a water insurance for disaster relief, for situations right now that we're talking to St. Petersburg in Virginia about the fact that there's people since January of 2020 that have not had their water turned on. Their water's been off since January of 2020 during COVID. And so there's a lot of implications as it relates to COVID-19 that we have to really be careful with. It's more than just drinking water. I mean, it's hygiene. I mean, people can't just go to the stores. I mean, there's stores that's running out of bottled water. So like, where do you go to get water? And so we're partnering with community leaders, and we're very community centric in the way that we do our business model, and making sure that the community tells us where these machines need to be so that it's accessible for people that don't have cars, where they can come up and fill up water, whether it's for drinking, that's kind of like the primary source, or for basic things as bathing. And so that's one piece. The 600 million, that's a whole nother piece. That's not enough. I mean, the residents, it's about 90,000 residents in Flint. And so you divide that up, 600 million is a slap. So I hope that they don't settle with this. I thought it should have ended with a B. Anything in the M, well, millions is not enough. I mean, these are lives that have died. There's kids that will never be the same because they have learning disabilities because of the lead poisoning. So like anything less than $1 billion, like multi-billions, is just, it's really insulting. And
you're talking about and you're talking about generational damage that is happening here. Generational damage that happens from lead poisoning, all of these other toxins, heavy metals on the brain. I mean, it's cancer causing. I mean, there's so many different things that will impact and can impact a life. And so what you are presenting is something that I have known about for a while, just having a construction background and working with folks who've had to do off-grid construction and development and having to have those types of water infrastructures on site. And when the first crisis first hit, I'm like, okay, well, they need about $100 million. You got 40,000 households. I mean, when you're buying these types of machines in bulk, I mean, no, it may not give you the 5,000 liters a day, but even if you're talking about 1,000 liters a day, that makes a difference for a family to have that access to that clean water. Yeah, you may be rationing your showers or whatever, but you're going to have something that's functional. You can do that. That's very affordable that they could have done that. And I think if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, did the Obama administration send some money to Michigan and then those funds just didn't get used for what they were supposed to be used for?
Yeah. So
somebody should be in jail.
So how it works is that the Obama administration or the federal government sent money, and all of the money flows through the state government. So what the state government did was, okay, well, we'll allocate this money. Like the federal government thought it was going to be all earmarked for the troubled cities like Flint, and even Detroit was having issues with lead. But what's happening was they had administrative fees attached to it. They had, okay, well, we want to fix some roads, so we want to put it towards that. And so that's, I mean, and I actually don't know the actual figures, but the entire amount that was given was not all given to where it was supposed to go to for water. And on top of that, one of the things that we're focused on is prisons, right? As we were doing our research, we realized that most prisons, particularly in urban communities where a lot of Black and brown people live, does not even have clean water. And they haven't had clean water in a long time. So people are like, I mean, it's really filthy in the prison system. And so we're like, we want to be a solution for the prison. So that's one of our targets.
And that's unconstitutional. Yeah. And thank you for bringing that up, because that is something that I will also look into here in our LA County system. The water, my.
I mean, at the end of the day, we say that water is a right, not a privilege. And even I don't care if you're in prison, you're still a human being.
Right.
The least you can get is like clean water. And it's just some of the conditions are depicted. I mean, it's just terrible. And during COVID, like it's even worse because now you have COVID on top of like bad water systems. And so we want to be able to, and it's obviously the prison systems are extremely political. I have a background. I used to be a lobbyist, so I understand how that stuff works. But I'm working as hard as I possibly can with a lot of other coalitions. Hill Harper has been, my frat brother Hill Harper has been doing the Yeoman.
Shout out to Hill Harper.
Yes. Hill
Shout
Harper.
out to Hill and the Brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Right. Thank you, brothers.
Nah, but Hill Harper has been there from day one, and he's not left. You have a lot of, and no knock towards the celebrities that kind of came in and kind of had their 2 minutes of fame and they left. But Hill Harper has been there from day one, and still he's there every week. Every Sunday he holds informational call with community leaders through the National Water Collective. And I love that brother, and he's just doing some amazing work and really keeping the profile up for Flint.
We could talk about this for a full hour, and I think we are going to be having a number of other settings. This is just a beginning conversation for folks of water. You can expect more conversations coming, I'm sure, definitely on Jonathan's end, but I know I look forward to collaborating with you. You don't have a choice, brother, because we don't have a choice. We have to collaborate. No, and if there's anybody who has any questions, they can reach Jonathan at his website, which is?
JonathanQuarles.com.
Oh, I meant the Quartz website.
Oh, the Quartz. Oh, okay. Drinktheair.com.
Drinktheair.com. I love that.
Good. I like that.
Real catchy.
Isn't that? That's like awesome. So I love that you are doing this work. I can't even begin to tell you how proud I am, and thank you to continue to represent for Flint. Did you be represent for all of Michigan at school? At school, you were all of Michigan. It was the Detroit people too. Because did you not go to Cass Tech, or am I?
So I'm from Flint. So
you went from Flint. Where did you go?
Flint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So my mom is from Detroit, Michigan, and so she attended Cass Tech High, and we still have family there. Shout out to Westside Detroit, Oakland Boulevard, all my Cartwright family. Love you guys, and thank you so much, Jonathan, for joining us. And we are getting ready to see what they're talking about on this DNC and tonight. And is there anybody you're looking forward to?
I'm just looking forward to getting Donald Trump out of office.
Yeah, so actually, that's a really good question, Jonathan. She just posed something with this hopefully new administration, with the Biden-Harris camp. How are you guys pressuring your legislators at the state level to hit the ground if they get in, hit the ground going after them to get you guys more resources into Flint? Because I think it's a national embarrassment that we can't take care of our people like that, but we know why Flint, Michigan, and areas of Michigan were ignored because, this beautiful complexion of ours tends to not bring the best attention. But anyway, I'm not gonna say what it is. So I just have any. Well, that's why we're misfits.
And I'll say our congressman in Flint, Dan Kildee, is doing an amazing job. He's an amazing leader. So he's been fighting for Flint residents all his life. He's actually known me since I was a kid. But we really appreciate him and the leadership he's doing around water, as well as our governor and our other congressional members, Brenda Lawrence.
Governor Gretchen, I'm glad you mentioned that. I know that she was getting a lot of attention for being. I called it the beauty pageant. We had a lot of fantastic women VP choices, and I was kind of like, I like her. But you can't leave till you fix Flint, girlfriend. I was like, fix that water. Fix that water.
That's what she made mention to when she had a meeting with Joe Biden, Vice President Joe Biden, was that, there's work to be done in Flint and she wants to make sure she see it through. And so I'm very greatly appreciative of her leadership. Especially during COVID-19, she's really stepped up in a major way and helped us. Our numbers, we were one of the top 3 states in the rapid cases of COVID-19. So her leadership, as well as Lieutenant Governor brother, Garland Gilchrist, who I can't be remiss. That's my brother. He's amazing in his leadership. I'm looking forward to his future. But
fantastic. That's a good word. We have to bring him into something soon to have this further the water discussion. So thanks again. We're going to keep
We're fine.
We're fine?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just you, mine. Okay. So, but we've got to get into this DNC coverage and our watch party. Everybody can join us. We're on live. We're live on Facebook. And thank you again, Jonathan. See you soon.
Thank you all.
Jonathan.
All
Thank
right.
you.
See you. All right.
All right. So it's time to get into the final night.
The final night.
DNC 2020.
It's the final countdown.
We needed that. Somebody should have played that on their phone.
The final countdown. Whatever. I sound just as good. I'm over here trying to get a record deal.
All right.
I think they've got I'm pulling them in now. I think they've got Andrew Yang.
Yeah, I think Andrew Yang is kicking it off.
Yang gang.
Yang. UBI, baby.
Mm-hmm. That's a good conversation, though, because if we had UBI right now, the economy actually would not be as bad as it is, despite what the Republicans might tell you. The more corporations pay, the more people get paid, the better off everybody is. So run me my money.
Hello.
We're on. Oh, there we go.
Oh, shoot. I didn't mean that. And did I mute it? Okay. 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 Now we're good. Oh, let's hang on. Oh, I
nomination as the Democratic candidate for president. I have gotten to know both Joe and Kamala on the trail over the past year. The way you really get to know a person when the cameras are off, the crowds are gone, it's just you and them. They're real people. They understand the problems we face. They are parents and patriots who want the best for us and our country. And if we give them the chance, they will fight for us and our families every single day. Our future is now, and it is daunting. But I ask you tonight to join me to help Joe and Kamala fight for the promise of America, turn the page for our country, and lead us forward to a future we'll actually be proud to leave to our children. And now I'd like to turn it over to a great Democrat who will be with us throughout the evening. Between the two of us, we have 11 Emmys. How's that for math? One of my favorite actresses, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Andrew. I'm so glad to see you. So what did you think about Kamala Harris's speech last night?
It was tremendous. I was so happy for her.
I know, me too. She was fabulous. I cannot wait to see her debate our current vice president, Mika Pints. Or is it Paints?
It's pronounced Ponce, I believe.
Oh, some kind of weird foreign name?
Yeah, not very American sounding.
No,
yeah,
those are
that's what people are saying strongly. Well, thank you, Andrew. And please give my regards to the gang.
Woo.
I will. They're right in the next room. Have a great night, Julia.
Thank you so much. Good evening, America, and welcome to the fourth night of the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Uniting America.
Via the Dem Misfit.
Okay, these last few nights have been going so well. We decided to add a fifth night where we play Michelle Obama's on a loop. I first met Joe Biden when I was doing my show. I played the vice president, and he was, in fact, the vice president, and hit it off immediately. Soon after, I was asked to be on the cover of a magazine. Remember those? And I was so excited. It was like, oh, what's it going to be? People or Vogue or Rolling Stone? Well, it turns out it was for Arrive, the official onboard magazine of Amtrak, which nobody ever reads, even though it's free. And the day it came out, my phone rang, and it was the vice president telling me he loved the cover and the whole article, and that it was one of the best issues of Arrive he had ever read. And that is just one of the many reasons that I wanted to be here tonight for Joe. And to remind you that Joe Biden not only knows how to read, but also he reads everything. You know, I am no policy expert, and I certainly don't pretend to be one, but I have a gut feeling about fairness and what's right, and that is why I am so excited that just in a little while we're going to hear from Joe Biden about his plans for America, plans for a strong economy that helps working people and small business, not just
Here we go. Are we muted? Is everyone muted?
And Vladimir Putin can do to stop us. But first, let's reaffirm the all-American values that our party and Joe Biden stand for.
I'm just stop that. Why are you smiling, okay? All right, ready? And action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to a republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, baby.
Oh, say can
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes,
I'm
well
Sister
done.
Simone Campbell, Executive Director of Network and leader of Nuns on the Bus. Tonight marks an important next chapter in our story of who we will become as a nation. So I speak to you with a sense of urgency and hope, knowing the difficult work ahead, but grounded in my faith. The very first paragraph of the scripture that informs the three Abrahamic traditions tells us the divine spirit breathed over the waters of chaos and brought forth a new creation. Encouraged by the promise that a new creation can come from chaos, let us pray. O divine spirit, during the weeks and months ahead, stir our hearts and minds that we might fight for a vision that is worthy of you and your call to honor the dignity of all of your creation. A vision of who we are as a people grounded in community and care for all, especially the most marginalized. A vision that cares for our earth and heals the planet. A vision that ends structural racism, bigotry, and sexism so rife now in our nation and in our history. A vision that ensures hungry people are fed, children are nourished, immigrants are welcomed. O Spirit, breathe in us and our leaders a new resolve that, committed to this new American promise, we will work together to build a national community grounded in healing, fearlessly based on truth, and living out of a sense of shared responsibility. In the name of all that is holy, O Spirit, bring out of this time of global and national chaos a new creation, a new community that can, with your help, realize this new promise that we affirm tonight. So with profound hope, let we the people say, Amen.
Amen. Oh, girl.
Thank you, Sister Simone. People of faith have long led change, from abolition and women's suffrage to the labor movement and the struggle for civil rights. Joe Biden will continue that progressive march towards justice, inspired by respect for the dignity of all people. People Joe believes were made in the image of God. Joe learned that from his parents, the nuns and priests right here in Delaware who taught him and inspired in him a passion for justice. I'm Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and I want to tell you about my friend Joe Biden. His faith is strong, and it's personal and private. For Joe, faith isn't a prop or a political tool. I've known Joe about 30 years, and I've seen his faith in action.
I mean, can we turn it down and maybe, is there something else we want to discuss right now?
Loss and despair. Turn to God for strength. Joe's comforted me, my toughest moments, as he has so many others. I'll never forget how Joe took the time to offer me words of comfort as my father lay in hospice.
And I'll tell you, I will sit and have a bowl of ice cream with Joe. I have no problem with that.
He needs a shoulder to cry on or a partner in prayer. That compassion, empathy is part of his character. More than anything, Joe.
Matter of fact, I might pull out the Ben and Jerry's tonight for Joe, so that I hope that one day if he sees the Misfit Black girls, he'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna go on that show and talk to those Misfit Black girls. We're gonna have some ice cream, and I'm like, invite us to the White House. We'll have ice cream right there at Black Lives Matter Square.
All right. You know, DC is my hometown.
Hello.
Oh, I can't wait to just go be out there with my girl Erica. Shout out to my girl Erica in DC. She may or may not be watching this, but I can't. She's been riding her bike around the district. I'm like, I want to come and ride my bike with you. So one day when this COVID is over, until then, memories of freedom.
And since we're doing shout outs, I just want to give a shout out to my cousin Larry. Happy birthday, Larry.
Build our country and restore our humanity. Someone who knows we're called to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Joe Biden will be that president.
There we go. Do we want, I let him be there so we can see him. So we can see what's going on.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Is Melina talking? It looks like she was talking, and then
Are we on mute? Are you on mute, Melina?
Can you hear us, Gina?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you guys. I just can't hear Melina.
No, I saw her talking. That's why I was like, is she talking?
Yeah. So we don't want to have dead air. So listen. What's happening here? Yeah, just put you.
And I wanted some hope, because what you all did was astounding. I don't know if you all know this. All those who died, that were killed by this white supremacist, forgave him. They forgave him. The ultimate act of Christian charity. They forgave him. You know, Reverend,
I think he's talking
I'm
about
not proselytizing. I happen to be a practicing Catholic.
Right now.
But I went back to the church
But he
because
said
I saw
everybody that was
particularly
killed, they
the white
forgave
church.
the man that killed
In this
them.
case, it was me.
How do
who
you
was
know
not
that?
an Episcopal church.
I think that
I
happened.
found that there's
Is
that
that what
famous
just
phrase from
happened?
Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
Wait, are they talking about the
Emmanuel Church.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to proselytize. I'm not trying to convince you to share my
But he
religious
said
feelings.
that
But for me, it's important because it gives me some reason to have hope and purpose.
all right.
Just remember, Joe Biden goes to church so regularly that he doesn't even need tear gas and a bunch of federalized troops to help him get there.
Ooh. Ooh. I see you, Julia.
Here to speak about him and his legacy, we have one of our great mayors, Atlanta's Keisha Lance Bottoms. Mayor Bottoms, hello. I know that you're recovering from the coronavirus. How are you feeling?
Well, good evening. I feel really good. Thank you for asking. My husband, on the other hand, is still having many of the lingering side effects that people talk about, but all in all, our family's doing great.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, but boy, I think a lot of Americans are going to be dealing with that for a long time. Hey, Mayor, I wanted to ask you something. Is Atlanta ready for Election Day?
We will be ready, and we are going to do everything that we can to make sure that voting goes smoothly, but we are encouraging people, if you can vote early in your state, to please do so. Early vote during the early vote.
Perfect. Excellent advice. Over 40 states now allow some form of early voting. Okay, stay safe, Mayor, and I turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Julia, and good evening. I'm Keisha Lance Bottoms, a mother of 4, and mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, cradle of the civil rights movement, and like so many other cities, a place where the struggle for human dignity continues. I'm proud to have grown up in this city. educated in its public schools, and blessed to have known our hometown heroes like Dr. Joseph Lowry, Dr. C.T. Vivian, and our teacher, our friend, our conscience, our congressman, John Lewis. He walked gently amongst us, not as a distant icon, but as a God-fearing man who did what he could to fulfill the as yet unfulfilled promise of America.
She looked good.
People
Go,
often
girl.
think that they can't make a difference, like our civil rights icons. But every person in the movement mattered. Those who made the sandwiches, swept the church floors, stuffed the envelopes. They too changed America, and so can we. The baton has now been passed to each of us. We've cried out for justice. We have gathered in our streets to demand change. And now we must pass on the gift John Lewis sacrificed to give us. We must register and we must vote. In his parting essay written to us, Congressman Lewis expressed his pride in the activism that has swept our country. And he reminded us that if we fail to exercise our right to vote, we can lose it. Mm-hmm. There are those who are disgracefully using this pandemic to spread misinformation and interfere with voting, forcing
Melina, you
many
there?
in 2020 to still risk their lives to exercise their sacred right to vote. A right that has already been paid for with the blood, sweat, tears, and lives of so many. So let's stand up for our children, our children's children, and for this great democracy that our ancestors worked to build. And let's vote. And let's organize to get others to vote with us. You can help make this happen by texting VOTE to 30330. We know how important it is that we elect real leaders like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, people of honor and integrity who hold justice close to their hearts and believe that the lives of my 4 Black children matter. In the words of womanist poet Audre Lorde, your silence will not protect you. Congressman Lewis would not be silenced, and neither can we. We cannot wait for some other time, some other place, some other heroes. We must be the heroes of our generation because we too are America. Our votes can be our voice.
There's something deep down within me, moving me, that I could no longer be satisfied or go along with an evil system.
Life was extremely dangerous when we were growing up. John Lewis had the respect of everybody because he was the one who demonstrated the most courage. He'd been beaten and knocked down and get up and go to find another battle. John was focused on ending voter suppression, and it wasn't that he was a great orator, it's that he was a great spirit. The power of spirituality and humility, and the willingness to suffer rather than to inflict suffering.
One of the things that John has taught us is that, yeah, you may have to sacrifice, but if you're sacrificing for a cause, something bigger than you, and you really believe in it, then you will have people following you.
We do not get peanut for legislation out of this Congress. We'll march through the South, through the streets of Jackson, through the streets of Danville, through the streets of Cambridge, through the streets of Birmingham.
I think he is the singular figure that has tried to carry out the work of our nonviolent campaigns into the halls of Congress.
From day one, John Lewis was a role model for the members of Congress, whether they were freshmen or here a long time, because he brought with him a kind of heft, of weightiness, of purpose.
I got arrested a few times during the 60s. 40 times. And since I've been in Congress, another 5 times. The means by which we struggle must be consistent with the end we seek.
Someone who has navigated thorny issues of policy, not by castigating alone, but by also encouraging people to be better than they think they can be.
Today we are considering a fair housing measure which not only protects our nation's minorities, but it protects the needs of those with disabilities and families with children. How long do we have to wait before we decide to ban assault weapons? We have another opportunity to bring more of our citizens into political participation. I have on my marching shoes. That's right. I'm fired up. I'm ready to march. And all of these decades later, while he and others of his generation achieved much, we're still fighting against police brutality and fighting for our voting rights. And so we best honor him by continuing to fight the good fights that he fought, by staying in good trouble.
Well, I can tell y'all my police record don't look like that. Now that's what they call a real OG over there.
That's putting in work right there.
That is putting in work. I've just been detained and released. I don't have John Lewis cred yet. Wow, that's a good picture. I didn't see this one before. That's a really good picture.
Yeah, that's powerful. The thing is, we shouldn't have to go through marching and arrest to have basic rights. Right. Oh, that's crazy.
You know what? It really hurts though, because I just don't feel like all that work that we put in the 60s, I feel like so much of it was taken away. Like we just haven't gotten that much further past it. We haven't, you know?
We will redeem the soul of America. As a nation and as a people, we will get there.
Climb to the mountain top. One day we'll win together. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Glory. Hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against, yes, glorious destined. Every day women and men become
That's all right. It's the Restream conspiracy. She's restarting her computer. Hey, Common. I see you, boo.
Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through America with our hands up. When go down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop, and we ran up. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, Lord. Lord. Oh, Lord. Lord. Now the war is not over. Victory isn't won. We will fight on to the finish. Even it's hard now. We'll cry, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. We'll cry, Lord. Oh, Lord. Sound this now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing the league of justice, power was the people. Enemy is lethal, when king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a wall. The biggest threat is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts we bleed through. Somewhere in a dream we had an epiphany. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win a war individually and take the wisdom of the elders. Young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory. One day, when the glory comes, He will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. So sure. We will be sure. So sure to the world. Lord. God is a when it's all said and done, we'll cry.
Hey now.
Yes.
Wow, that was so beautiful, John and Colin. Wow. Joe Biden shares John Lewis's belief that every vote matters. Personally, I plan to follow the example of 6 current cabinet members, Vice President Pence, and President Trump himself, and vote by mail. To find out everything you need to know about mail-in ballots, your polling place, or even just, am I registered? Text VOTE to 30330. 30330. That would be the president's golf score if he didn't cheat. Okay. I'll admit that was a little nasty, but we all know he's a cheater. And I'm proud to be a nasty woman.
Go.
When Donald Trump spoke at the inauguration of American Carnage, I assumed that was something he was against, not a campaign promise. What we need now is great leadership. Someone experienced and hardworking and intelligent. Someone who understands the soul of the American people.
I'm historian John Meacham. In his final Sunday sermon, days before his death, Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We are tied together in the single garment of destiny. This is the way God's universe is made. This is the way it is structured. A single garment of destiny. We, the people, cannot escape that reality. Nor, as Lincoln said, can you and I escape history. And we shouldn't want to. For many of us have been given much. Liberty, opportunity, a sense of possibility. The task of our time is to make sure those gifts are available, not just to folks who look like me, to all of us. This is a grave moment in America. Our job, our faith in us together
What about now?
for our democracy. result from an incumbent more interested in himself than he is
I
in the
think
rest
just
of
turn
us.
your volume down
Extremism, nativism,
because it's
isolationism,
just feedback.
and a lack of economic opportunity for working people are all preventing us
How about now?
from realizing our nation's
Purple, who
promise.
this man?
And so we must decide whether we will continue to be prisoners of the dark
He's a
of American
historian.
forces,
He's supposed to be talking about the history and
to write
yeah.
better
Oh, okay,
more
okay.
story.
Well, they should have
That's the
returned.
issue of this election.
I
A
like
choice
her.
that goes straight to the nature of the soul of America. Humankind has long viewed the soul as the vital center, the core, the essence of existence. The soul is what makes. In its finest hours, America's soul has been animated by the proposition that we are all created equal, and by the imperative to ensure that we are treated equally. Yet America is a mix.
There we go. Ah!
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, that's much better.
We can hear you so much better now. I don't know why there was all that feedback at first.
It was driving me crazy, and my apologies to our audience as well as the host. Thank you, ladies.
Now,
Do that.
and welcome to the Dem Misfit Black Girls. We are on our final night at the convention, and if we were actually in Milwaukee, we would be at this point in the program probably in somebody's suite somewhere getting snacks.
Right.
Knocking on doors. Y'all got any food left?
If I can keep this thing real.
Let's keep it really real. Let's talk about 2016 and Tom Steyer's hospitality suite with all that free wine and food, where I spent a good portion of that convention.
There were some dope hospitality suites with good food.
Mm-hmm. Tom was trying to lay his. Oh, what'd you say, Mike?
No, I was just saying one of the suites I won't name, but it was definitely an anointed suite. They had soul food for days. They had soul food. They had drinks. And I remember we were standing outside. Some of the volunteers had to play security to the suite doors. And I was one of the security for one of the suite doors standing outside to make sure you couldn't get in the suite. When they opened that door, I would be like,
this would be a great time for Dee Dee.
Man, I know. I did check on her. So when she's rap class, shout out to Dee Dee, she's teaching theater. When she raps class, she's going to join us and tell us all about how art and activism has impacted this whole movement and her contribution to it as well, along with a lot of other artists. A lot of artists contributed to the project that she's going to talk about.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
So hopefully we have her in and we'll do a polytainment report. But I really think it would be fun and kind of helpful for people to understand what the delegate experience. This is a new thing. And we are saying this is historic because we are in a COVID environment. And this is not anything that has happened in our time. And I think this is our experience as delegates in this convention where we, a broker convention where we don't go into the stadium and we're not with each other and we don't get to hear that energy and applause or disapproval. I think that's the biggest thing that Democrats are really missing from this, because you don't get to just say what you want to say and have a nice little thank you and step away on the DNC convention floor.
Right. Alan, can we catch Deb?
Oh, yes. So just push hammer.
New Mexico, y'all.
We're bringing Deb.
My people survived centuries of slavery, genocide, and brutal assimilation policies. But throughout our past, tribal nations have fought for helped build this country. There were those like my Laguna grandparents who worked on our country's railroad, and those like my mother, a Navy veteran who served this country with honor. I stand here today, a proud 35th generation New Mexican and one of the first Native American women ever elected to Congress. I'm a symbol of our resilience, the embodiment of America's progress as a nation. I know we can't take our democracy for granted, especially now as people are dying, as our land is abused, our Constitution is under attack. We must work for it by getting involved, by registering voters, by voting. Voting is sacred. My people know that. We weren't universally granted the right to vote until 1962, and that fundamental right is more important than ever. Whether your ancestors have been here for hundreds of years or you're a new citizen, know this. Whether we vote and how we vote will determine if our nation's promise of social, racial, and environmental justice will outlast us. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris respect our past and understand our present. They will see us through this crisis of leadership that is plaguing our country, and they will help us to build a better future. Thank you.
The first year that I voted was 1974. 1967.
I have not missed a general or a primary election in my 51-year voting history.
Now I don't go to the polls anymore. The U.S. Postal Service does it for me.
And now we're seeing our current president sabotage our right to vote, sabotaging democracy by trying to undo.
I'm over here talking, and I didn't know I muted myself. So I just want to say I was watching Trevor Noah's Instagram, and he had talked about how the average age of the DNC attendee is 60 years old. That is the average age of the people who go to the DNC. And I said, we got to issue, Democrats. Like,
Yes,
you
we
are
do.
isolating your biggest voting block. So, and this DNC is not making it any better to me. So
Right.
we got to work on that.
And I think all of our guests, the delegates earlier yesterday, and some of the guests throughout the week have been pointing that out too.
Who's getting them?
So important.
Who's not getting them?
She's so funny, Sarah Cooper.
Will they be
Yeah, so she just got a TV show and I believe a book deal from doing these videos on TikTok.
from the mailman and the
And
mailwomen?
did you see that they canceled the Patriot Act, the Patriot Act on Netflix with Hassan Minaj?
Oh.
Will they
Yeah,
be
it's crazy. I don't know. They just said it was canceled.
Will they be counterfeited? Maybe by the millions by foreign powers.
Let me put this in my own words. I've heard Donald Trump say some pretty unhinged things. I've heard them over and over and over again. But nothing is more dangerous to our democracy than attacks on mail-in voting during a pandemic. Okay, here's the truth. Donald Trump doesn't want any of us to vote because he knows he can't win fair and square. So whether you plan to vote by mail or in person wearing your mask, it is your vote and it's your right. Don't let Donald Trump take that away from you. For accurate, up-to-date voting information that you can trust, vote to 30330. One more time, text VOTE to 30330.
I'm Alex Padilla, California Secretary of State.
And I'm Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State of Michigan.
Voting is the oxygen of our democracy. It decides elections, and elections change lives. That's why we've seen so many attacks on our right to vote, including many that specifically target working families, young people, and communities of color.
Secretaries of State are responsible for running fair, accessible, secure
Girl, you took the words right out of my mouth.
in every voice. We serve on the front lines defending our democracy
Don't
against
be up here trying to act innocent, Alex.
and domestic.
Epic fail.
This election. Despite what he says, Donald Trump can't cancel it. But he and Republicans are making it too hard for so many to cast their ballots.
And Democrats.
Vote by mail to distract and confuse voters.
And let's be clear, there is absolutely zero difference between voting by mail and voting absentee. Millions of Americans have been voting absentee for decades. Donald Trump, his family, his staff, they all—
I like her background. Okay, Benson.
States like Colorado, Utah, and Oregon, voters have been voting by mail for years. Republicans and Democrats agree it is safe.
Not to throw the tea, but how long has that background been there is the question.
To undermine voting by
Copy that. Nope.
Well, everybody's background
Our
is
job
safe
is to make sure
for this
everyone's
convention.
votes,
This hasn't
whether
been
in
here.
person or mail. And your job.
No, but she has framed pictures on her desk like they've been there for a long time. This is taped up here, okay? I did just tape this up
If
here,
you
but
can see this behind me over my shoulder here,
I see that too. I see that too.
Planning to vote from home, post and return your ballot early.
Yes,
She
shout out
probably,
to the
she
Black
probably
women
has some
for-
interior decorating quick twist.
Anyone keep you from exercising your most sacred rights. Make your plan to vote. Grab your mask and head to the polls the first day they're open. Or request your ballot and send it in right away. And know this, election results may take a little longer this year, but Democrats will fight to make
The ballots won't start going out till October 5th.
Because at the end of the day,
we
the
really
biggest
have
role in
no
preserving our
mail.
democracy
They need to
That's
speed
why-
that timeline up. They need to move it forward.
Right now.
But that's why October, since it's my birthday month and Melina's, it's going to be happy birthday, Gina, and that's what you're going to do. You're going to vote for me for my birthday.
It's really cool being like part
So
simulation
I
for Puerto
think
Rico.
it is an important thing to talk about this balloting and how they're going about it because, I was talking with Deidre today, and she was saying that then out in Lancaster, which is the northern part of Los Angeles County, they are no longer delivering their mail. She didn't even know. She didn't get a notice. She just, for about a week, kept going to her mail. Was like, why am I not getting any mail? And I think that is really critical. People are not getting their mail. And so they're having to go. Now, this is the high desert. So this is 100-degree heat where they're leaving people out for hours because they're only allowing 2 or 3 people in at a time to process the mail. And they haven't devised a system.
Oh, Cory Booker's coming.
A drive-through system. Okay, let's pull
Stand by.
Class. My grandfather left the Jim Crow South for Detroit, joined the UAW.
Detroit?
Assembly lines during
UAW.
World War II. That union job enabled him to support his family, raise my mom, and send her to Fisk University.
Wow.
That's the American dream. Together we work, together we rise. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris know the dignity of all working Americans. They know the urgency and the demand of our dream. But working people are under attack. The wealth gap grows, our middle class shrinks, and poverty persists. Last week, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "Our economy is doing good." While 40 million Americans are at risk of losing their homes, 30 million aren't getting enough to eat, and 5.4 million people have lost their health care because of this crisis. He has failed us. But still, I believe in the dream of our ancestors. Together with Joe and Kamala in the White House, we'll raise the minimum wage so no one who works a full-time job in America lives in poverty. Together, we'll fight for those who keep us healthy, who keep us safe, who teach our children. We'll stand for those who cook and serve and clean, who plant and harvest, who pack, and always those who deliver, whose hands are thick with calluses, like my granddad's were, who lifted me high, who held mine when I was a boy. If he was alive, Joe and Kamala, he would be so proud of you. And he'd tell us, take another by the hand and another, and let's get to work. This dream ain't free. You gotta work for it. So like his generation, up and out of the Depression, let's now work together and stand together. And America, together, we will rise.
This is my team. You guys build America, not Wall Street. You just build America.
That's right. The Americans just want to live medically comfortable. I've got a wife that works as well. We've got a 17 and a 7-year-old at home, and And we're still working, thanks to our international executive board for getting with General Motors and making sure that it's safe for us to return back to work after 8 weeks of being laid off. I mean, it's a hoax at one point, and now here we are, full blown.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, the future of auto workers in America, and I really believe this, can be as bright as it was back in the late 40s, 50s.
Yes.
Simple reason. It's an iconic industry.
So I'm looking at the Facebook chat, and my mom's watching, watching with us from Indiana. So shout out to my mom. Smith.
Shout out to Indiana.
So, my mom is like, I like Cory Booker, but he's starting to look like Uncle Fester. See, my mom's a misfit, so I get it from somewhere.
Mama.
I've been worried about COVID. It was interesting.
How is your family doing?
Well, I'm a single dad. I have a almost 5-year-old who's in my world. And I'm very lucky that my
shout out to the single dads, too. That is really a hard job. I mean, granted, single mothers, raising a kid, but the single dads sometimes I don't think get their credit. That is, shout out to a single dad.
Came in and now it's all
absolutely. I know a lot of great single fathers.
Right, and it's especially black men. They definitely aren't getting their shine as single fathers. So shout out to the black men raising their kids on their own. Solidarity and love to you. You're doing your damn thing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Cory said something that was. I didn't know we had in common that his dad was an auto worker. His grandfather was an auto worker. My mom's father worked for Ford, one of the first black supervisors and executives at Ford, worked his way up. And my grandfather on my father's side worked in the automotive industry. My dad worked for General Motors. My uncles worked for General Motors. UAW is a big part of me. And I know a lot of people love to, I grew up in the unions playing basketball with the kids, the other union auto workers' kids. And it was very much a big family in California. And I remember when those plants closed, it really devastated us. And we have to get back to manufacturing. And ultimately, I would love to see a black-owned auto manufacturer. We have so many designers. And we have the space for that, people. We have
we absolutely
so much plan here. Even this is the thing that really drives me crazy about people who have this go back to your country mentality. I just want to make sure that wasn't somebody who we should be turning into. God bless you, brother. So I'm like, Kia, I don't know this man. No, but
hop over this man.
Exactly.
Dr. Vivek.
Is he one of the former? He wasn't a former Surgeon General.
Yeah.
Was he?
He did. I thought that was somebody who looks a little different, but. So yeah, we can do that, right? We can have.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
And it doesn't mean that we're being exclusionary, but we're just talking about the formation of it and the designs, the thing that really kind of has our
footprint, our imprint, our footprint, just like, and getting credit for it. You know what I'm saying? Really getting credit and providing, because I think the myth buster with black businesses is that we can't handle the job as well as so-and-so or other races and ethnic groups. But the myth of America is that we can't handle the job, but we can be hired to actually do the job that those say that need the infrastructure, that need the innovators, that need those who are crafting so many goods and services, but yet they don't want to give us the patent number, but we create it. So as creators and innovators, you're absolutely right, Dallas. We can do that because we've been doing it.
Well, right now what we have is a problem with the monopoly of, companies that like Amazon and, and having talked to some of our assembly members about, how do you get them to pay their fair share of taxes, but then they threaten to pull their jobs. And I'm like, look, you want to pull your jobs out of my state, then I take it as a threat to my citizens. And you're not welcome back on this state, and neither is your company, and neither is your goods. So no, Tesla, you will not sell your cars in my state. And California probably has the most Teslas per capita than any other state in this country. And no, Jeff Bezos, you will not be able to sell Amazon, and your website will be dead if you do not pay your damn fair share of taxes, because my people are struggling. And if my people are struggling because of you, then, bruh, I'm taking that. You a problem. So,
Right.
And then, that's also holding back. And to me, that can open the door. There's another Elon Musk out there that just isn't given the opportunity because of people like him. So there's another one out there. We just have to be open to opening the door and hearing people out.
Yeah, that's the reason why Tesla is not on my list of cars to purchase.
It was
I
until
don't
now.
I can't.
I like Teslas, but I have to have a moral compass with my purchase attached to my dollar.
Yeah.
And I have to have respect from the creator of it or the owner of it. Even it's down to its employees being educated and respectful of my dollar. And if I don't get none of that, I can't give none of that. I got to move on to something else.
After I heard that story about the black employees who were suing because they were being called nigger on the workplace, and Elon Musk's response was, "We'll get tougher skin." Absolutely not. And he's people get thrown by him because he's from South Africa, but I'm not thrown by that. That says to me, you had apartheid up until the 90s, so
colonizer.
Right.
Colonizer. Wakanda forever.
Exactly. So that's what I think about when I think of Elon Musk. But I'm sure he's funding a lot of great programs, and I know that's fantastic and all. But just because you have a certain amount of money doesn't mean you get to do everything and treat people any type of way you want.
Right.
So,
and I recall a story in the Bay Area. I can't remember the lady's name or what have you, but the point is that right when COVID started and the pandemic during the pandemic, we had a mandate to shut businesses down, especially nail salons, hair salons, restaurants, etc. What winded up happening is that in Northern California, where his company is based, there was a young lady who had a hair salon. When business in the middle, when they said, okay, businesses can open up, but you have to have certain hours, and they gave beauty shops a certain amount of time to, you had to rework your business model. You could only have a certain amount of clients, blah 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 blah. So she figured it out. She opened her salon. And then when they shut the businesses back down, some businesses honored it and some businesses didn't. She was one of the businesses who slowly closed her doors. While she slowly closed her doors, Tesla was manufacturing, was open the whole entire time. Her small business was fined. And she had to pay the fine, a couple $1,000s. Mind you, what small business can afford thousands of dollars in fines right now, where he has a huge corporation and his doors stayed open and he ignored the fine, paid it, and was like, oh, well, and still was operating business as usual.
Well, so that was a COVID outbreak in his factory, I think in Fresno in the Central Valley. So he knowingly put lives at risk, and that's what I'm tired of with these, privileged people and corporations.
Gina, when you get a chance, maybe turn your volume down just a little.
I'm sorry, I was doing the Facebook chat and I was trying to get it to go down. It's off now. Is it better?
Yeah, that's so much better.
Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to get the thing to go off, but my thumb is fat. So
Tesla's going to have some competition coming soon, because I was in Santa Monica recently, and there was a showroom there that just opened up for a Swedish company.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I saw that.
Yeah, they're making a new. They have a fully electric car and a hybrid,
It's
And
called Polaris or something like that.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
Polaris. I think that's what it was. Yeah, but they
I'll
are,
put that in the chat.
and that car gets up to 400 miles on a charge. So it's going to be
Oh, wait,
competitive
is
and it's
that?
beautiful.
So
Yes,
there's another
that sounds beautiful.
car. There's another automaker, a car that's on the market, and they are manufacturing in Arizona.
Mm.
Okay, so they are making it in America, and it's called Lucid. Now,
Mm.
their first model is luxury, so it won't be for everybody.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to get into the everyday model that people can, everyday folks can attain. But this first model, it does go up to 400 miles without a charge. It
Wow.
goes up to speeds of over 200 miles per hour.
What?
It's a beast. It's a beautiful vehicle. It's called Lucid. And I looked at that company, and I believe most of it is owned or heavily invested by, I want to say like either United Arab Emirates or it's a Middle Eastern company. Heavily invested. I think it's an American company, heavily invested though, from those folks. And that's, I mean, they're making cars in the U.S. You're bringing jobs to an area, a region that wouldn't necessarily have it. I know that there. Those are the things that we want to see. People that are creating collaborative efforts to use the technology to get us off of gas and get us off of fossil fuels.
Yeah, and I think the issue and point that we're all making, but I would love to hear more when we're talking about the economy and not to place blame, but to point to accountability of how we even got here. Sometimes I think even our current president and those who are running right now, be it Kamala, Joe Biden, in the field, is outsourcing. What you say?
We're going to go back to the coverage for a
Do
minute.
the hard work it takes to maintain it.
What was supposed to be a 6-month deployment actually turned into 11 months.
Mm.
There was nothing really to prepare me as a new military spouse on how to deal with
beautiful.
When people get married, they expect to grow old with each other. With multiple combat tours, there's no guarantee of any of those things.
There are just a long laundry list of uncertainties that we have to juggle. You know, Joe has always cared about military families. They've been through so much. When I went to Iraq, one of the generals said, you know, I want to share this story with you. In his daughter's class, it was a Christmas program, and they were playing the Ave Maria. And one of the little girls burst into tears. And the teacher ran over and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And she said, "That's the song they played at my daddy's funeral. He died in the war."
Mm.
Teacher had no idea that that little girl's father had fought in the war and had died. And that night I said to my staff, I'm a teacher. We can do better. We've got to do better to help our military kids. The Bidens have a track record of helping military families, and we've seen it with their work that they've done with joining forces and how they were able to, you know, rally a country behind us.
When we sent to war to defend our nation, cared for them and their families while they're gone, and cared for them and their families when they come home.
It was the very first time that I, as a military spouse, felt like someone was listening to us and someone cared. It's not just the service member who serves, the entire family serves as well. Joe said we have one sacred obligation to take care of our military members. During this pandemic, for sure, so many veterans have lost their jobs. So many military spouses have lost their jobs. That's one of the things that will be a priority in a Biden administration. We will make sure that all Americans have health care, employment, the things that families need to thrive. So people show you who they are, believe them the first time, and we know exactly who Joe is. He is the best candidate for
America,
know
not just for our families, but for
Joe and them aviators.
We know who he was and who he is now. Let's say that.
So I just want to say really quick, another important thing to bring up in politics is that, you know, a lot of veterans commit suicide, and we do not do good by them by when they come back either. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree.
I earned my way into the ranks, but I earned my wings and later commanded my own air assault unit, learning that serving
Sammy
and
got that
leading
water
in the
bill,
military
though.
is both a privilege and a sacrifice.
Yeah,
To be a commander, you must always put your troops first, because one day you may order them to sacrifice everything for our great nation.
The name of the game is accountability now.
Respect and be worthy of the pledge to protect and defend our Constitution, no matter the cost. But military service doesn't just take sacrifice from those in uniform. It's required from their families, too. My husband, Brian, was the one who rushed to Walter Reed after I was wounded in Iraq. He was the one holding my hand, waiting for me to wake up. And when I finally did, he was my rock, getting me through those hours, weeks, months of unspeakable pain and unending surgeries. He was my anchor as I learned to walk, helping me through every step and every stumble. Our military spouses hold their families together, praying for their loved ones' safety wherever they're deployed and serving as caregivers to our disabled service members, and then picking up the pieces and starting again whenever the next tour or the next war arises. Joe Biden understands these sacrifices because he's made them himself. When his son Beau deployed to Iraq, his burden was also shouldered by his family. Joe knows the fear military families live because he's felt that dread of never knowing if your deployed loved one is safe. He understands their bravery because he has had to muster that same strength every hour of every day Beau was overseas. That's the kind of leader our service members deserve. One who understands the risks they face and who would actually protect them by doing his job as commander-in-chief. Instead, they have a coward-in-chief who won't stand up to Vladimir Putin, read his daily intelligence briefings, or even publicly admonish adversaries for reportedly putting bounties on our troops' heads. As president, Joe Biden would never let tyrants manipulate him like a puppet. He would never pervert our military to stroke his own ego. He would never turn his back on our troops or threaten them against Americans peacefully exercising their constitutional rights. Joe Biden would stand up for what's right, stand tall for our troops, and stand strong against our enemies. Because unlike Trump, Joe Biden has common decency. He has common sense. He can command, both from experience and from strength. Donald Trump doesn't deserve to call himself commander-in-chief for another 4 minutes, let alone another 4 years.
That part right there.
Our troops
4 minutes.
Come on, Sammy.
deserves better. If you agree, text more to 30330 to elect Joe Biden, a leader who actually cares enough about America to lead.
So as we're talking about more Black business, you guys have heard of, Freddie Figures and Figures Wireless, right?
Some voices
Hold on a
are
second.
never silenced.
What was that?
No, I was just saying, as we're talking about more Black business, I said you guys have heard of Freddie Figures and Figures Wireless, his cell phone company.
I haven't.
Go ahead and tell us.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I haven't.
Well, so Freddie Figures, and he has, huh?
Oh, they're telling the story of Beau.
Let's watch this.
I'm sorry.
Let's watch this.
Because of Paul, whose lives are full because of him. Think about the day that dawns for parents who rest easier and families who are freer because of him. Some folks may never know that their lives are better because of Beau Biden, but that's okay. Certainly for Beau, acclaim was never the point of public service.
If you knew Beau, you knew he lived by the strictest code of honor, duty, service, country. You never had to ask if he would do something the right way. He didn't know any other way.
Beau didn't cut corners. He turned down an appointment to be Delaware's Attorney General so he could win it fair and square. When the field was clear for him to run for the Senate, he chose to finish his job
as AG instead. After 9/11, he joined the National Guard. He felt it was his obligation. He did his duty to his country and deployed to Iraq.
Beau Biden served his country in battle. He prosecuted one of the worst child predators in American history. And even though he is no longer with us, every day he still inspires the next president of the United States.
It won't be possible for me to be here this fall. So I have something to ask of you. Be there for my dad, like he was for me.
Right on, dude. I wanted to see.
Damn, that one. That almost made me cry.
Was diagnosed with.
He said that one almost got you too. Dude.
That one almost got me.
Where are we? How did we get that to?
Yeah, that one was pretty. Damn.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna change the topic before I do cry because I'm that type of girl that will get emotional in those moods. That's why I don't watch chick flicks. I'm a boo-hooer and I don't watch those Disney movies that make you cry. I still cry at The Lion King. Huh?
That was me last night. And you know, I did a call with the after show. I did a call with the Santa Monica Democrats. They had a little after show going on with the chair of our party, of our state party, Rusty Hicks, California State Party, and tonight they're having Senator Ted Lieu and Christy Smith, who's running up in the high desert to take over Katie Hill's seat. But last night, my mom and I joined them, and I couldn't even. I mean, I cried last night too, but I thought I was fine. But once you start talking about it again, about what this moment means for me in terms of celebrating a moment, I would never let a moment like this go by. I never thought in my life.
Right. Do we want to hear Pete Buttigieg?
I don't.
No.
Good. Tell you
Good.
right
I'm glad we're unanimous on that.
Hi, Pete. Bye, Pete. But no, so yeah, I mean, it's just.
I had by the time. My point I was trying to make is.
Oh yeah.
I was crying so bad that by the time I was done speaking, I saw one little message pop up in the chat. Dallas, now you got me crying. So I started scrolling over, and I'm looking at all these men, mostly white, all these white guys just crying. Not a dry eye in the house. Not a dry eye in the house. Shout out to Santa Monica Dems and John Katz and Derek Devermont and all the fantastic folks over there that organize. You guys are awesome. And it was just really great to share with them because some of these are progressives that are not happy about Kamala. I'll just say that. But I think for them to just even hear what that means to even somebody like me who they work with all the time and how it's maybe that one person in your group that you thought was fine, but needed that also validation that we can work hard and attain these things too. And Nina, I wanted Nina to share, she shared something with me earlier this week that I thought is really pivotal in terms of putting this into perspective for folks about how long her parents, how long her mom, and how long she's lived longer than your mom.
Yeah. When I was saying that, I've lived longer than my mother, who grew up in the South, was able to legally vote in this country. And a lot of people take it for granted, and they think of that type of racism and inequality as ancient history, but it's not. It's something that is from a generation right before me. And I remember distinctly my mom telling me stories, and like she was a child picking cotton in South Carolina. You know, they were sharecroppers, and, you know, they made their way up north to D.C., and she met my dad. And when they met, it was illegal for them to get married. My dad is Caucasian. He has his family's background is German, and they immigrated here in like the late 1800s. And he actually fought in World War II on a destroyer. He was a Navy guy. He was a gunner. And he was a German American fighting against the Germans. And yeah, they didn't I don't think they got married until I was about 8 years old, because even after the laws changed and they were able to legally get married, there were folks that still would not marry them. And
Wow.
that's another thing we have to consider, that sometimes laws are not obeyed and taken into consideration when it comes to people's equal rights and justice.
It's Juneteenth.
Should we go back to the DNC Corey speaking again?
Oh, I was gonna flip to. We've got the polytainment report.
We got Corey speaking though.
Yeah, there's
Hang
Corey
on
and
real
a few
quick.
people
Let's,
speaking. Let's do polytainment.
You want to pull?
Well,
up?
I honestly,
speaking.
I want to hear what they have to say. I'm sure Dee Dee is watching it too.
Senator Sanders and Senator Klobuchar, you actually served with Joe Biden in the
I'll
Senate.
let her know to stand by.
Stand by,
What
Dee
it
Dee.
was
She can
like
hear us.
as a colleague in the Senate.
Well, I remember one night when I was giving one of those floor speeches, and Corey, you know what this is like. No one was there. No one was watching. I was all alone, and I gave my speech, which much bigger, to a completely empty chamber. And I walked out of there, and I thought, I wonder if my mom was even watching this on C-SPAN. And at that moment, the cell phone rings, and I actually thought maybe my mom was watching it on C-SPAN. And you know who it was? It was Joe Biden. And that kind of goes to not only his kindness for calling me and being a mentor, but it also goes to how much he cares about our government and what people are saying. And that even when he's at home at night, he's watching and he cares.
But Amy, we all want to know.
Such unity.
If your mother wants to speak.
I know.
Remember the time when we were waiting to go on? It worked out to where I was there the same time he was. And he pulled me aside at one point and he pointed to somebody who we both knew was working on my campaign, but he'd known from before, and let me know that was somebody who'd gone through a family tragedy that Joe somehow knew about, and just thought it was important for me to know that about someone who was working with me. I thought, over time, I realized that was just basic to who he is, but that always stuck with me.
Elizabeth, do you have any remembrances as well?
I think the day I saw Joe the clearest was on the 1-year anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing. And everyone, of course, was enormously honored to have the vice president here. But at some point in that speech, he shifted to the parent who had lost a child, to the man who had lost a life, to someone who had experienced loss very personally. And he spoke to each of the families from the heart.
That's phenomenal. I want to ask, what gets you excited about this idea of the inclusion of big ideas from all over the party into the future, into the next administration?
The magic of Joe Biden is that everything he does becomes the new reasonable. If he comes with an ambitious plan to address climate change, all of a sudden, everyone's going to follow his lead. You can see it with him choosing Kamala, too. He wants to build the best team. Let's do it together. That's how we're going to rebuild this country.
Corey, I'm so optimistic about country right now, despite some very dark days for a lot of our fellow Americans, in large part because of what young people are doing right now. After the murder of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, young people, by and large, led these protests, and they did so in the absolute best traditions of this country, the tradition of John Lewis. My optimism and my faith in this country is reflected in those young people and the way that Joe and Kamala are listening to them and incorporating their ideas and their urgency in the campaign that they're running and the administration that they're going to lead. And I also think some people say they don't know if they're going to vote or not, are saying that from a point of privilege that a lot of Americans don't have. There are so many things for lots of folks who live life on the margins that this election is going to decide. And maybe it's not a life or death issue for you, but we are all in this together. Absolutely.
What I would say is that this is clearly the most important election in the modern history of this country. And Joe Biden, you have a human being who is empathetic, who is honest, who is decent. And at this particular moment in American history, my God, that is something that this country
absolutely needs. And all of us, whether you're progressives, whether you're moderates or conservatives, have got to come together to defeat this president. Thanks for that, Bernie.
As I'm sitting here eating Cheetos.
I mean this sincerely. It was an honor to run against you. And it is even a greater honor to stand with you in support of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Man, the unity. Okay, we could silence him. Bring in Dee Dee. Where's Dallas go?
Supported Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Hell, I've actually been a Democrat, Republican, and independent. All about people. And the two people running for president couldn't be more different. One believes in facts, one does not. One listens to experts, the other thinks he knows everything. One looks forward and sees strength in America's diversity. The other looks backwards and sees immigrants as enemies and white supremacists.
David, I think you might be right. I think we did miss that. Dang.
Proven he knows how
I would have been all over that comment.
To lead the economic turnaround after the 2008.
No, I'm waiting on you, Dallas. I'm like, we can mute him and bring in Dee Dee.
Okay. But we are ready for the Polytainment report. Foghorns. Brow, 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 brow. Woo-woo! Let me get that vote off of there. It is now time for the Polytainment report with Alina Lawrence.
Yee yee!
And we have a very special guest.
Yes, we do. Feel like Flavor Flav over here.
And I do one graphic. Go ahead, introduce your guest, Melina, and I'm going to share a little graphic of her.
Oh my gosh, I would be so happy to introduce our guest here for the Polytainment Report, America's safest place for discourse, because that's how we do. This woman, I knew Dee Dee when she was a college student. Dee Dee has grown up to be just a fantabulous woman and actress, writer. She was back many moons ago. She was my show director, then I was hers. She was my show producer, then I was hers. And look at us now. I'm so happy to have this conversation with my sister on the Polytainment Report about art and activism and what she decided to do in order to unite artists. Her and her friends decided to unite artists when it came to the response and the call to action from many community groups, including Color of Change. Dee Dee's going to come on and talk about art and activism through her project, Art for George Floyd. I would love for you guys to help me welcome her right now because like us all, we're all putting in work and finding our way to do it. And she's been doing the work. So welcome, Dee Dee. Come on, sis. Where you at? Hey, girl. Hey.
Look at us now.
Hey. Oh my God, I miss you.
Thank you for having me on the Polytainment Report.
Yo, no doubt. We go back, like way back when we were doing this thing. So me and the sisters, the Misfit crew, we were actually talking, offline about different things and different subjects of how this whole movement has changed the trajectory of how the world sees America based on our response and the global response, not to mention it, our own national response to police brutality, racism, the killing of George Floyd, justice for Breonna, justice for Elijah, and so forth. I mean, the justice train keeps moving, so we can't stop until we get justice. But you actually took a moment and you and your friends pulled together and said, this is what we can do. What did you do and what was the outcome and how did it even begin?
Sure. How's the sound?
Great. And you look good, girl, with your Kente cloth in the back.
You know what I'm saying? So thank you. So a really good friend of mine, Courtney Lloyd, were just hurt. I mean, grounded by what happened with George Floyd in that video. So basically, we developed a project as a virtual protest. And basically, the purpose of it was to use our art as performing artists. Both of us are actors, comedians. We studied at USC together. And we just wanted to use our art to really just activate citizen engagement for the fight for racial equality. So it's just trying to take what we have and use it for what's important.
What did you find? Because I noticed I was a part of the project as well. Thank you for inviting me. Absolutely. But what did you find when you put out the call to action? What I saw was what was reflected in the streets of protest, the 65 plus millions of protesters across the country. But what I saw was diversity and inclusion. So what was the response and how did you feel when we had people submit that were beyond the Black community?
Yeah, so very organic and surprising response. Courtney and I went to USC. We went to a master's program there. And so our base is heavily grounded in like the theater community in LA. And theater tends to bring out a lot of diversity. So it was just an organic call. We reached out to, we sent the email out just to our community, our network, just her and I, the people that we know. And what we ended up with was over 60 performing artists who came from all over the world. Comedians, actors, musicians, dancers, and they all sent us videos. They answered the call. And so that was a surprising thing that happened. What we ended up doing with it was, it's a symbolic number. We made compilations all lasting 8 minutes and 46 seconds with the art that we got. And we put them up on the website. It's on artforgeorgefloyd.com. We also have a Facebook page, which is Art for George Floyd. And the whole purpose was that we wanted just more than what Courtney and I could do by ourselves. We just reached out to our community so that they would reach out to their communities and reach out to their communities to start raising money and raising awareness for, and we're sending the funds to Color of Change, is one of the websites that we have linked on our website.
Absolutely. Color of Change is doing a lot of great work here in Los Angeles and across the country through petitioning people and educating the public. What have you found as an artist, Stephen, as a performing artist, what have you found is the call to action during this time in the midst of the current elections and getting out the vote?
At this point, for me, it's about using whatever you have. You know, if you have a pebble, pick it up and make it and put it on the mountain to make a ladder. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you have. If you have a voice, singing voice, if you have a spoon, you bake some things and have some people register to vote. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. I feel like, because you know me, Melina, I never considered myself political. I don't consider myself political. There's still so many things that I'm learning in politics, but the one thing I understand is how important voting is.
That's right.
The one thing I understand is getting the information that you need to cast the votes when it's time to vote. So that's it. Just use what you have. Use what you have.
And on a feel-good note, before I open up to my sisters, my fellow misfit Black girls, one last question for the artist in you. For the artist in you, what has been some of the dopest art? Because the art and activist movement has been getting the message out to the people. I know for me, I have some favorites, but have you seen any favorites online or on Instagram or trolling? Any art that has moved you during this time?
Yeah, Blind Spotted.
What is it?
Movie Blind Spotted. It was about local. It was made by someone. Oh my goodness, I am forgetting names. If anyone can help me. Oh, he was one of the originating characters in Hamilton, and he made a movie called Blindspotting. And I just think it was more of the same. It's like he used what he had. He's an artist, he's a musician and an actor, and made a feature film that was very moving for me. So that was important for me recently, and because I'm in art, man, I loved me some what? Oh my gosh, why can't I remember the name of it? Regina King.
Oh, you talking about Watchmen?
Watchmen.
Yeah, ladies, we need to have a whole conversation about The Watchmen. You're absolutely right, Didi. It's on my most watched binge list during quarantine so far.
Watchmen.
And Watchmen. Very deep, very specific.
Yeah.
Very, very specific.
So those are the things that kind of inspired me recently.
Well, definitely, I want to thank you for taking time out to actually pull all these artists together from around the world to create Art for George, Art for Change, and sending out that message. I thought it was beautiful to see all the diverse voices come together beyond supporting just to support Black issues and to support justice for Black lives that do matter. And at the end of the day, I know we're all waiting for the conviction of Derek Chauvin and the police officers who accomplished him. So I know we got a second degree and first degree, third degree murders and everything, but what we need is conviction. And we got accomplished charges, but we need conviction. So we're just praying and knowing that your art and the work done with all the people who come out will make a change. So thank you, sis, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I love you. I'm going to let you go, but before I do, how can we get in touch with you? How can people keep up with the work that you're doing?
Absolutely. I have my personal website. I have artforgeorgefloyd.com is a great way to check out the compilations. My website is ddstevens.com, and my Instagram handle is at 2Ds ddstevens at.
Sweet. All right, we'll catch up later, sis. Thank you so much for joining us, Dem Misfit Black Girls. We out on the Polyphenol Report. Peace.
Bye.
Love ya. Bye. They are so cute.
Do you know where the president lives?
In the White House, Washington, D.C.
Do you know what the president's job is?
To tell what happened to the world.
That's good. That's a good one.
Keep the environment safe.
That is correct. As we say, that is.
If you could create the ideal person to lead this country, what characteristics would that person have?
A very kind personality.
What would you like to see taken care of?
I would like to see them taking care of the earth and the people.
So, girls,
so big.
It is 2020 and the election is coming up in November. Do you know who is running for president?
Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And
exactly, that's it. This video's over.
What would you say if you knew that Joe Biden was going to have a woman as his vice president?
Surprised, happy.
Why?
There's not a lot of women being president and helping alongside the president.
Mm-hmm. How important do you think your faith is in the way that you live your life?
Really big, because I'm grateful for all the things that I have and that I love my family.
With that said, everyone, we really thank you, one, for listening to this very candid conversation with our daughters. And we just want to encourage you to truly do your research, think about your own homes and what you'd like to see projected out into the world in the right direction is making sure that you vote this election for Biden.
Go ahead, Curry.
Yes.
Every vote counts. Just remember that.
They are so awesome.
The dance out.
Yes.
Here's the big question. How much of your time and energy are you willing to devote to elect Joe Biden? Here's my answer. I'm going all in.
That's right.
Elections can break your heart, but sometimes they can make you sing from the mountaintops. And this year, we're going to sing. This year, we're going to elect a president who's honest, experienced, intelligent, a president who actually believes.
I know that's right.
Who will restore dignity and norms.
I'm a sing. I can't sing We Shall Overcome. I can't do it.
Boy, won't that be something? One of my favorite things Joe Biden says is that you can succeed in life without sacrificing your ideals or your commitment to family. So, who better to introduce our nominee, Joe Biden, than his children?
I'm Hunter Biden.
And I'm Ashley Biden.
Joe Biden is our dad.
And Bo is our brother.
We want to tell you what kind of president our dad will be.
He will be tough,
And honest.
caring, and principled.
He'll listen. He'll be there when you need him.
He'll tell you the truth even if you don't want to hear it.
He'll never let you down.
He'll be rock steady.
The strongest shoulder you can ever lean on.
He'll beam with pride every time you succeed.
He'll make your grandkids feel that what they've got to say matters.
He'll treat everyone with respect, no matter who you are.
He'll get up no matter how many times he's been knocked down.
He'll be the worst enemy any bully ever saw.
His voice sounds like his dad.
Ever had.
He'll love you with all of his heart.
And if you give him your cell phone number.
I hope that drama with Hunter and what was it, Hunter in Ukraine or something that they were trying to pull out.
You're a great father.
And we think
Well, we can get ready to hear whatever they got is coming.
Bo isn't with us any longer.
You know all the op research about to come all out.
Oh yeah, just everything.
Strong voice.
Just like it was yesterday.
Just like it was yesterday.
In 2008 and 2012, he introduced our dad at those conventions.
And if he was here, we're pretty sure we'd know what he'd say.
So before we
Eat
show
your vegetables, that's what he would say.
the last word.
Bo, take it away.
In moments both public and private, he's the father I've always known, the grandfather my children love and adore. My father, my hero, Joe Biden.
I know what Bo don't know.
Our lives have been turned upside down. And shaken.
Oh, this is the COVID package.
The American story has had moments like this before. And he was there, answering the call.
When we came into office in 2009, we were going through what was then the worst financial and economic crisis since the Great Depression.
The economy was hemorrhaging hundreds of thousands of jobs a week. People were losing their homes to foreclosure. The financial system was
And
in
none of
tatters.
those people went to
Auto
jail.
sales had dropped to near zero levels.
In Iceland, they did.
Face bankruptcy.
And they still getting big pay packs, hence the payout for COVID.
Remembered his father and what it meant to lose a job.
That's like when the slaves. I'm gonna come on to that.
The Finnegans and Bidens were Irish Catholic.
That's like when the slave owners, the plantation owners, got reparations when we freed the slaves.
Joe was there first.
All right, now that's cute.
His sister Valerie. From the moment I opened my eyes, my big brother was there. The thing that was most important was family and family and family. As the post-war boom faded, Joe's father struggled to find work in Scranton. But when 140 miles south, There was a job cleaning boilers in Wilmington. There was a long stairway up to the second floor. Up to Joey in our bedroom and saying, Joey, you got to be a big boy. For the first time, Joe saw the heavy burden on a father, and it was a lesson he would never forget. The job is a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity. The country was losing tens of thousands of jobs a day, and they needed 3 votes to pass the economic rescue package.
Joe Biden was handled the task of going to get those 3 Republican votes.
Joe returned to the place where he had been so effective.
Passionate argument, sympathetic listening, willingness to make adjustments and accommodations to bring people on board.
When the law finally passed, the president tapped his partner to run the program. Joe tracked every dollar, calling mayors and governors.
Talking to them on the phone, one-on-one. He gave all of them his cell phone.
And I watched him bring his heart to that job. It matters that you have in your mind the family that you're trying to reach, the neighborhood that you're trying to reach, the people whose lives are affected by what you do. The skills that had made him so effective had not come easy. When he entered school, there was a problem. Joe had a stutter.
And it's mortifying. It allows that child to become an object of ridicule.
When his teacher mimicked him and Joe ran home from school, his mother drove him back.
Did you say to my son, Mr. Biden? The nun said, I was just trying to make a point. My mother stood up, 5'2".
Oh, the nun
If you ever
did
talk
that?
to my son like that again, I'll come back and rip that damn thing off your head. You understand? Back to class.
Joe resolved to overcome his stutter.
Some letters are harder than others. And I used to get up and
Dang, Dallas.
flashlight and practice.
What is she doing?
She'd make me look her in the eye
You
and
hear
look at
Mama
me.
Joe?
Remember, Joey, you're the smartest.
Remember Joey.
No, that's my kind of mom.
Nobody's better than you, Joey.
You're a real one.
You're not going to make fun of
From
my
having to
child.
deal with stuttering. It gave me insight into other people's pain, other people's suffering.
At 19, Joe sought out a summer job that few of his peers considered taking.
He was a lifeguard along with the black lifeguard. That's when I first met him, and we became friends.
Girl, I mean, dinner too. Don't feel bad.
Because I'm a loser.
We really didn't know one another.
After Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, riots broke out in Wilmington, and the National Guard stayed for almost a year.
You remember that, Melina?
Yeah, my grandma be telling me these stories.
I'm going to become a public defender.
And we're going to be telling our grandkids these stories.
She was telling me of the stories of the voting lines too.
In a solid
When they were black voting lines and the black people were Republican.
Delaware, the Democratic Party was non-functional.
See, so your family was
When it got
Republican back
time
then,
to
huh?
put up a candidate,
Republican landowners, business people, homeowners, caregivers, and midwives.
influence. The party said, okay, well then go ahead.
And ministers.
That's all like that. You're going to get like it to see how we got it not go for the other stuff.
You know, we have a coffee, and we come out of that, we have 5 more coffees. He was very articulate on the issues. He brought people to say, not just that, oh, I agree with what you're doing, is, you know, what can I do to help?
Delaware is the first state. J. Caleb Law is the incumbent Republican being challenged for Joseph Biden. Biden is a Democrat who's 29 years of age.
But
So you were a
acceleration
Democrat then.
soon turned to tragedy.
It was
There
clear
was a turn in the tide,
I'm going to be a senator.
she said. One thing about Joe Biden, she said, was how consistent he was as an elected official, and people of all colors looked at him as down to earth and a straight shooter. That's what my grandma was like, or is like. She's still alive.
Just stay 6 months, Joe. Remember, just stay 6 months.
He couldn't allow the suffering to debilitate him.
You know, one thing I do want to talk about at some point is term limits. You know, we've had people in Congress
Joe's suffering.
And good and bad. Don't get me wrong. They're like Bernie. Bernie's been in Congress for forever too. But I feel like this is stagnating our progress by having the same people in the same seats for 50 damn years. So, you know, how would you challenge an incumbent like a Joe Biden, or how would you challenge a Maxine Waters? Who's, you know what I mean? Just like, how do we make space for that next generation?
People sit her all the time. They just find out.
I'm not gonna talk. Okay, legitimate. Well,
It's like somebody's getting ready to find out in November. That Collins boy gonna find out.
That Collins boy.
Yep.
And we've always done everything as a family.
He was always a good, loving
I
father.
guess the question I'm asking is like, should they want to make space for the next generation? I know that they've done some good work, but I'm like, at what point do you just start saying, okay, you know what? I'm fucking 80 years old. I need to go retire. I got full pension and benefits anyway. I'm gonna make space for the next generation. You know what I mean? Like, at what point do they, you know, because dying out to me is not good.
Right.
Well, it's also about
making
space by creating that pipeline of leadership.
Right.
In identifying those leaders in the community without infringing not the right time. It's not your time yet. It's always a good time to pass on knowledge, you know, and groom the next leader in whatever industry you're in, especially politics. If you're not grooming the next generation or the next, you know, Dallas Fowler or the next, you know, Gina or the next Dina, the next Melina, it's problematic. Hence, here we are now with the party having the average voter or attendee age of 60 something. No shade, just facts.
Just exactly, no shade, just facts.
Okay. Unlike your friendships and alliances.
Yeah, this is a long ass introduction for Joe. They must not have had any more people that were speaking for him, because this is a long ass like video.
Well, they were basically doing his life story.
Yeah, he's running for president, so I get it. And we're not physically in Minnesota. And then there's so many people who are like not voting, undecided. A lot of factors to consider how this message is going to touch.
Well, they have to change the narrative too.
Okay, so we have to do a pause for the pause. They just showed our good friend Jerome Kitchen in Los Angeles. His brother was Young Dems of Maryland president who passed away earlier this week, and it was just very sad. Oh, okay, we've got Joe. So we'll come back into those stories.
Ella Baker,
Perfect.
the child of the civil rights movement, left us with this wisdom. Give people light, and they will find the way. Give people light. Those are words for our time. The current president has cloaked American darkness for much too long. Too much anger, too much fear, too much division. Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I'll be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people.
I swear I thought he just said an ally of the white. I was about to be like, what?
United, we can overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege. I'm a proud Democrat, and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America. But while I'll be a Democratic candidate, I will be an American president. I'll work hard for those who didn't support me, as hard for them as I did for those who did vote for me. That's the job of a president, to represent all of us, not just our base or our party. This is not a partisan
All right,
movement.
Joe, so you're coming on Dem Misfits with ice cream, since you're going to come, you know, you want to represent all of us.
And light and love, hope for our future, light to see our way forward.
I've been
love for
having
one
issue
another.
with this pocket square,
America isn't just a collection
and I'd like to know
clashing
the
interests of red states.
story behind it. Because it's my
We're
second
so
time
much
seeing
bigger.
pitiful
We're
pocket
so much
square.
better. Nearly a century ago, Franklin Roosevelt pledged the New Deal in a time of massive unemployment, uncertainty, and fear.
Ooh, am I hearing Bernie coming out?
He's stricken by a virus.
He better
FDR
figure it
insisted
out.
he would recover and prevail,
He should have
and he
just let Bernie
believed
write the
America
damn
could
speech
as well.
and be out of it.
And he did, and we can as well.
Playbook.
This campaign isn't just about winning votes. It's about winning the heart and, yes, the soul of America.
Buzzword.
Generous among us, not the selfish. Winning it for workers who keep this country going, not just the privileged few at the top. Winning it for those communities who have known the injustice of a knee on the neck. For all the young people known in America being rising inequity and shrinking opportunity, they deserve the experience of America's promise. They deserve to experience it in full. You know, no generation ever knows what history will ask of it. All we can ever know is whether we're ready when that moment arrives. And now history has delivered us to one of the moments America's ever faced. Four historic crises, all at the same time. A perfect storm. Pandemic in over 100 years. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The most compelling call for racial justice since the 60s. And the undeniable
No sound.
I thought that was me getting ready to be dropped from Restream again. I just sounds like, oh hell, I'm going to be dropped again.
Here it is.
Okay.
Of real peril, but also of extraordinary possibility. We can choose a path of becoming angrier, less hopeful, more divided, a path of shadow and suspicion, or we can choose a different path and together take this chance to heal, to reform, to unite, a path of hope and light. This is a life-changing election. This will determine what America is going to look like for a long, long time. Character is on the ballot. Compassion is on the ballot. Decency, science, democracy, they're all on the ballot. Who we are as a nation, what we stand for, and most importantly, who we want to be, that's all on the ballot. And the choice could not be more clear. No rhetoric is needed. Just judge this president on the facts. 5 million Americans infected by COVID-19. More than 170,000 Americans have died. By far the worst performance of any nation on earth. More than 50 million people have filed for unemployment this year. More than 10 million people are going to lose their health insurance this year. Nearly 1 in 6 small businesses have closed this year. And this president, if he's reelected, you know what will happen. Cases and deaths will remain far too high. More mom and pop businesses will close their doors, and this time for good. Working families will struggle to get by. And yet the wealthiest 1% will get tens of billions of dollars in new tax breaks. And the assault on the Affordable Care Act will continue until it's destroyed, taking insurance away from more than 20 million people, including more than 15 million people on Medicaid, getting rid of the protections that President Obama worked so hard to get passed for people who have 100 million more people who have pre-existing conditions. And speaking of President Obama, and I was honored to serve alongside for 8 years as vice president. Let me take this moment to say something we don't say nearly enough. Thank you, Mr. President. You were a great president, a president our children could and did look up to. No one's going to say that about the current occupant of the White House.
That's like jab.
What we know about this president is if he's given 4 more years,
He'll be what he's been for the last 4 years. President takes no responsibility, refuses to lead, blames others, cozies up to dictators, and fans the flames of hate and division. He'll wake up every day believing the job is all about him, never about you. Is that the American you want? For you, your family, your children? I see a different American. One that's generous and strong, selfless and humble. It's an America we can rebuild together. As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives. Because I understand something this president hasn't from the beginning. We will never get our economy back on track. We will never get our kids safely back in schools. We'll never have our lives back until we deal with this virus. The tragedy of where we are today is it didn't have to be this bad. Just look around. It's not this bad in Canada or Europe or Japan or almost anywhere else in the world. And the president keeps telling us the virus is going to disappear. He keeps waiting for a miracle. Well, I have news for him. No miracle is coming. We lead the world in confirmed cases. We lead the world in deaths. Our economy is in tatters with Black, Latino, Asian American, Native American communities bearing the brunt of it. And after all this time, the president does not have a plan. Well, I do. If I'm your president, on day one, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid tests with results available immediately. We'll make medical supplies and protective equipment the country needs. We'll make them here in America, so we will never again be at the mercy of China or other foreign countries in order to protect our own
Let's
people.
just make it affordable for people.
We'll make sure our schools have the resources they
It
need
is.
to be open.
Testing is the insurance companies, Medicare, Medi-Cal, they can't charge you.
Politics aside, we'll take the muzzle off our experts so the public gets the information they need and deserve. Honest, unvarnished truth. They can handle it. We'll have a national mandate to wear masks, not as a burden, but as a patriotic duty to protect one another. In short, we'll do what we should have done from the very beginning.
All right.
Our current
closing it
president has
out.
failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect us. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time. Look, I understand. I understand how hard it is to have any hope right now. On this summer night, let me take a moment to speak to those of you who have lost the most. I have some idea how it feels to lose someone you love. I know that deep black hole that opens up in the middle of your chest and you feel like you're being sucked into it. I know how mean, cruel, and unfair life can be sometimes. But I've learned two things. First, your loved one may have left this earth, but they'll never leave your heart. They'll always be with you. You'll always hear them. And second, I found the best way through pain and loss and grief is to find purpose. As God's children, each of us have a purpose in our lives. We have a great purpose as a nation to open the doors of opportunity to all Americans, to save our democracy, to be a light to the world once again, and finally to live up to and make real the words written in the sacred documents that founded this nation, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, my dad was an honorable, decent man. He got knocked down a few times pretty hard, but he always got back up. He worked hard, and he built a great middle-class life for our
family. He used to say, Joey, I don't expect the government to solve my problems, but I sure don't expect them to understand them. And then he'd say, Joey, job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. I've never forgotten those lessons. That's why my economic plan is all about jobs, dignity, respect, community. Together we can and will rebuild our economy. And when we do, we'll not only build back, we'll build back better. With modern roads, bridges, highways, broadband, ports and airports as a new foundation for economic growth, with pipes that transport clean water to every community, with 5 million new manufacturing and technology jobs so the future is made in America, with a healthcare system that lowers premiums, deductibles, drug prices, by building on the Affordable Care Act he's trying to rip away, with an education system that trains our people for the best jobs of the 21st century. There's not a single thing American workers can't do. And where cost doesn't prevent young people from going to college and student debt doesn't crush them when they get out. The child care and elder care system that makes it possible for parents to go to and for the elderly to stay in their homes with dignity. With an immigration system that powers our economy and reflects our values. And with newly empowered labor unions. They're the ones that built the middle class. With equal pay for women, with rising wages, you can raise a child on, a family on. And yes, we're going to do more than praise our essential workers. We're finally going to pay them. Pay them.
Hello, Joe.
We can and we will deal with climate change. It's not only a crisis, it's an enormous opportunity. An opportunity for America to lead the world in clean energy and create millions of new, good-paying jobs in the process. And we can pay for these investments by ending loopholes, unnecessary loopholes, and the president's $1.3 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthiest 1% and the biggest, most profitable corporations, some of which do not pay any tax at all. Because we don't need a tax code that rewards wealth more than it rewards work. I'm not looking to punish anyone. Far from it. But it's long past time the wealthiest people and the biggest corporations in this country paid their fair share. And for our seniors, Social Security is a sacred obligation, sacred promise made. They paid for. The current president is threatening to break that promise. He's proposing to eliminate a tax based for almost half the Social Security without any way of making up for that lost revenue, resulting in cuts. I will not let that happen. If I'm your president, we're going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You have my word. One of the most powerful voices we hear in the country today is from our young people. They're speaking to the inequity and injustice that has grown up in America. Economic injustice, racial injustice, environmental injustice. I hear their voices. If you listen, you can hear them too. And whether it's the existential threat posed by climate change, the daily fear of being gunned down in school, or the inability to get started in your first job, it will be the work of the next president to restore the promise of America to everyone. And I'm not going to have to do it alone, because I'll have a great vice president at my side, Senator Kamala Harris.
Yes, she will.
She's a powerful voice for this nation. Her story is the American story. She knows about all the obstacles thrown in the way of so many in our country. Women, Black Americans, South Asian Americans, immigrants, the left out and the left behind. But she's overcome every obstacle she's ever faced. No one's been tougher on the big banks and the gun lobby. No one's been tougher in calling out the current administration for its extremism, its failure to follow the law. It's simply tell the truth. Kamala and I both draw from our families. That's where we get our strength. For Kamala, it's Doug and their families. For me, it's Jill and ours. I've said many times, no man deserves one great love in his life, let alone two. But I've known two. After losing my first wife in that car accident, Jill came into my life. She put our family back together. She's an educator, a mom, a military mom, and an unstoppable force. If she puts her mind to it, just get out of the way. She'll get it done. She was a good second lady. And I know she'll make a great first lady for this nation. She loves this country so much. And I'll always have the strength that can only come from family. Hunter, Ashley, all our grandchildren, my brothers, my sister. They give me courage. They lift me up. While he's no longer with us, Bo inspires me every day.
Oh, I was getting choked up.
For our nation in uniform.
Girl, yeah.
In Iraq, a decorated Iraqi war veteran. So I take very personally profound responsibility of serving this nation. I'll be a president who will stand with our allies and friends and make it clear to our adversaries the days of cozying up to dictators is over. Under President Biden, America will not turn a blind eye to Russian bounties on the heads of American soldiers. Nor will I put up with foreign interference in our most democratic exercise, voting. And I'll always stand for our values of human rights and dignity. I'll work in common purpose for a more secure, peaceful, and prosperous world. History,
I think I want to be an ambassador.
Thrust one more urgent task on us.
Will
we be the generation that finally wipes out the stain of racism from our national character?
So a $5 monthly donation ain't going to work?
I believe we're ready.
Try $5 million.
Just a week ago yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of the events in Charlottesville. Close your eyes. Remember what you saw on television. Remember seeing those neo-Nazis and Klansmen and white supremacists coming out of fields with lighted torches, veins bulging, spewing the same anti-Semitic bile heard across Europe in the 30s. Remember the violent clash that ensued between those spreading hate and those with the courage to stand against it. Remember
R.I.P. to Heather. I forgot her last name, but I know her name was Heather. She died in Charlottesville.
Heather.
Yeah.
It was a wake-up call for us as a country. And for me, a call to action. At that moment, I knew I'd have to run. My father taught us that silence was complicity.
Whoever let us know we were down on the website. We are back up.
At the time, I said we're in the battle for the soul of this nation. And we are. You know, the most important conversation I've had this entire campaign, it was someone who was much too young to vote. I met with 6-year-old Gianna Floyd the day before her daddy, George Floyd, was laid to rest. She's an incredibly brave little girl. And I'll never forget it. When I leaned down to speak to her, she looked in my eyes and she said, and I quote, "Daddy changed the world."
He did.
Dad changed the world. Her words burrowed deep into my heart. Maybe George Floyd murder was a breaking point. Maybe John Lewis's passing the inspiration.
I got you, girl.
But however it's come to be, however it's happened, America's ready, in John's words, to lay down, quote, the heavy burden of state at last. And then the hard work of rooting out our systemic racism. You know, American history tells us that it's been in our darkest moments
that we've made our greatest progress, that we found the light. In this dark moment, I believe we're poised to make great progress again. That we can find the light once more. You know, many people have heard me say this, but I've always believed you can define America in one word: possibilities. The defining feature of America, everything is possible. That in America, everyone, and I mean everyone, should be given an opportunity to go as far as their dreams and God-given ability will take them. We can never lose that. In times as challenging as these, I believe there's only one way forward. As a united America, united in our pursuit of a more perfect union, united in our dreams of a better future for us and for our children, united in our determination to make the coming years bright. Are you ready? I believe we are. This is a great nation. We're a good and decent people. For Lord's sake, this is the United States of America. There's never been anything we've been able to accomplish when we've done it together. The Irish poet Seamus Heaney once wrote, he said, "Don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope and history rhyme." This is our moment to make hope and history rhyme with passion and purpose. Let us begin, you and I together, one nation, under God, united in our love for each other.
He said, hope and rhyme. I was waiting on under a groove.
And light is more powerful than dark. This is our moment.
I thought it was going to go somewhere.
And history will be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight.
Y'all look out for the mixtapes, Hope and Rhyme.
And hope and light join in the battle
coming
for the soul of the nation.
Man, the memes are about to flow.
We'll win and we'll do it together. I promise you. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops.
Come on out, Jill.
Oh, there's his Philly bean.
She's sweet.
Okay, they didn't let everybody in.
She was like, "You did it, baby! You did it! Oh my God!"
That super caffeinated coffee really did help.
All right, Kamala. Kamala's side is cracking. They're like, where are people?
Okay, closing night at the DNC. We got work to do.
6 feet, people.
Right. Where's that social distancing?
They got tested.
Exactly. They
probably get rapid tested on a daily basis. They're fine.
They better. Flu season is around the corner.
And that scares the hell out of me as a nurse.
I know.
Yeah.
All right. We the people.
In order to form a more perfect union.
We the people.
Oh, we the people. All right, let me get that down.
No, I was just saying it as like we the people and y'all the people, our viewers, y'all the people too. Like we the people got a call to action.
Soul of America.
Yeah.
Yes. That word soul.
Let's talk about the chat for a minute because this is actually
yes. What's up, y'all?
David Howard Ball said, "I think you ladies missed the best line. Corey asked Bernie why his girlfriend liked Bernie more than him. Bernie said,
I saw
that. That's funny, David. Every good man, every great man got a great woman by his side.
Shout out to Rosario. We loved your support in 2016. And it's funny. I was standing right next to Rosario when Bernie acclimated in the convention center. And she and I were just standing right next to each other crying. And so shout out to Rosario.
Yeah, she was really great during that time.
Yeah.
A number of folks, Shailene Woodley.
Oh yeah, Shailene Woodley.
Sarandon, definitely down. I mean, we were in some. Y'all just don't know. In 2016, we were meeting in boiler rooms and basements and back. Just I don't even know how we got into those back rooms, but just to have some privacy and not have. I think there was a concern of Fed Secret Service infiltrating.
Oh my God, I remember keep the phones outside.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was and Rosario and Shailene, they were in there. They were in the trenches.
Yes, they were organizing with us. I remember in Philly, we were meeting in the pool of the hotel. Like at the pool, we were meeting there. And I think Rosario was there, came in there too once. It was really crazy. Oh, David said he was there.
He was there.
Yeah, David was a delegate in 2016.
Okay.
Oh, that's dope.
Thank you for your service, David.
Yeah.
He said, I was there, Dallas. Chavez gave Didi a shout out. We don't have no trolls tonight, right, y'all?
They don't want to.
If there wasn't a lesson to be learned from last night,
I think Miss Millie decided to stay home.
Oh, they had an outdoor watch party. Oh, that's kind of cute. They had an outdoor watch party.
Some people just don't know how to stay home. That's really what it is.
Well, they probably set that up. They probably put it because I could tell the way the cars are distant. They were told to put that.
They're in cars, so
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, because I read even how Walmart is using their parking lots to do drive-in movie theaters.
Yeah,
and so they had a drive-in watch party. And were they in Minnesota? They're in Minnesota, right?
No, they're in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Yes.
Well, no, actually, I don't think anybody went to Milwaukee, did they?
Milwaukee, no, Joe Biden did not do his speech in Milwaukee.
So they must have used the convention center parking lot. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I can see it now. They used the convention center parking lot for a big watch party. Okay.
Probably their state party.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine that parking lot, ladies and audience. Imagine that parking lot being a roll and drop spot for early voting.
Oh, I thought
separated into districts. Mm-hmm. What you say?
I thought you were saying inauguration. Look, I'm already on January 20th, but yes, we have to get to November 4th.
Yeah, as we mount up to November 4th or 3rd. As we mount up to November 3rd, I got you, sis. We got each other. These empty parking spots across the country, this empty land space is where we need to push our registrar and our secretaries of state to take that $400 million that's supposed to be allotted in the CARES Act or under HAVA and really distribute it to these local municipalities to set up alternative polling places. That is a perfect place.
I thought I read that the stadium in downtown LA was going to be turned.
Oh, Dodger Stadium is turning into a vote center.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah, LeBron James is doing that. They reported that last Friday. I know we put in a proposal from the Polytainment Report. We put in a proposal last Wednesday for the forum to be utilized, which would be also activating the ministers across the state of California to utilize the big churches, the mega churches lots, as well as any lots that are empty or shared community lots. Like we are downtown, we have USC, the stadium is vacant. There's no sports going on right now. So we're going to have summer concerts.
They could use the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, the Rose Bowl, all these spots. We need our brains to come together in communities across the county and the city and call out those empty land spaces that could be transformed. You could vote, you can go to the left and roll out, or you can go to the right and take a COVID test. I mean, we can utilize these places as roll up, drop your vote spots.
Hell, all the theme parks. None of the theme parks are open. So Knott's Berry Farm, Six Flags, Universal, Disney.
All of those spaces, all of our empty parking lots.
In the
Wait, what are you saying, Dallas?
All of that sounds great, but we need voting in the places
where people
live.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's very hard. Kudos, shout out. First of all, shout out to LeBron James and everything he's doing. Particularly in the state of Florida. In Florida, it's really critical for as many people to be able to vote and participate in voting. He's really helping with the re-entry population.
Yes.
And being able to get their voting cards and pay. They have to
pay their fines. Yeah.
Fines so that they can get their right to vote. And that's a level of freedom that people, really take for granted. And that's another reason why you're voting. You probably you may or may not, but you may have someone in your family who has served time and has maybe been on probation and they don't have their voting rights. And so you are representing more than just yourself. You come from an immigrant family. I've talked to many young folks who come from immigrant families. They are the only person who is eligible to be registered to vote in their home. And they weren't necessarily still seeing the value of engaging in that. And just being able to talk to them and explain how your voice is the voice. You are making that voice heard for your family. And so it's just really important that everybody take the opportunity to get out and vote. But when we talk about these voting centers and these drive-up spaces, they really need to have these efforts happening in the inner cities. Now, the Dodger Stadium thing, that's cool, but nobody in South LA, South Central is making it up to Dodgers, Chavez Ravine.
Not in LA
do that, not in LA.
Well, that's why the forum, your mom had commented the forum, and she also mentioned Home Depot Center, which is down there in Carson. So that's a pretty heavily black populated area.
And that's what we're talking about. All of us identifying as constituents, identifying those local spots. We know our communities better than anybody. So as we identify, we should position those locations to be utilized.
Stations are doing COVID testing daily.
And that's why I said you make a left and go out, or you bust a right and get tested.
Get a test.
You can turn in them big lots and you get some food, because there's food programs too. So we can combine those voting days and ask the community members to come in the parking lot and vend in those spaces to still serve the community.
I think the idea in some of those spaces is also not to be getting out of your car.
Right.
That's the point.
It's not
drive and drop,
because they're not trying to get an environment of an open area.
Right. So
get creative.
Drive and drop.
Drive and go on.
So here's your ballot. I swab your nose, and there, give me both back,
drop.
And there you go.
Exactly. It's easy.
We're gonna call it the swab and vote. You get swabbed, you vote, and give it
I
both
don't
back.
want everybody swabbing me. I ain't gonna front. I might not want to be swabbed.
Well, so at the forum, I go to the forum when I get tested maybe every couple of months, because I've turned into a house cat. And I get tested every couple of months at the forum. And you do it yourself, actually. They instruct you to do it through the window. And so, and it was so funny. The last time I got tested, the first time I got tested, I did an oral swab. The second time it was a nasal swab. And, I know what to do. So I did it right. And my eyes started watering a little bit because I took it. I knew what to do. And she looked at me and she said, I know you did it right because your eyes are watering. But yeah, it was super fast. So the drive-through testing is super fast. I need to put the links in the chat. But the only thing is that there's been a lot of issues with appointments. I think they got that issue resolved. I think testing is back up fully functional, but for a minute you couldn't get there was just no testing availability.
Excuse me, are they still talking? What is happening here?
This is the after party. They're doing a DNC after party.
Yeah, it looks like a faith service or something.
Yeah. This is the after party.
Right. So, and then I saw your mom's comment pop in the chat about the census. So we're talking about voting. Before we vote, September 30th now, thanks to the damn Trump administration, it was October, you need to do your damn census. And I don't want one person saying that I don't want them in my business. Okay. You ain't got no business. Okay. I'm tone police. I'm toning myself back. This is not about them being in your business. The census is actually very, very simple. If you live by yourself, it's only a few questions. And I'll put that link in the chat to the 2020 census. But this is how we get resources to our community. If we are not counted, we do not exist. All those statistical numbers that are coming out, they're coming out based off of census numbers. So if the Black community is basically, oh, there's only 5% in Los Angeles Black, why do we need so much Black representation? Why does this area, there's not that many people there. Why do they need all these resources? Why do their streets need to be paved? All of our resources get snatched because we're underrepresented because we didn't fill out the census. That is the reason why it is imperative. It is a must that you fill out the census for your community, because I bet all the white people in Beverly Hills are. So, I'm going to put the links in the chat. Thank you, Carolyn, for reminding, because I know we didn't mention that this whole time, but, your mom's on it, Dallas.
And it's so funny, Carolyn. What I was going to do tonight at the end, as we wrapped up, was remind people, we all one mind, I tell you, to take the census and let people know that they knocked on my door last weekend. So I had to take the census too. I'll be honest and very honest with everybody. So here we go. They come to your door. I didn't know who it was. So for safety reasons, I had something in my hand, and I did not a gun, but I had something in my hand that if it wasn't, they would have got a good piece of, they would have got a nice lump. So it was safe. I opened the door. I felt comfortable. One of my neighbors in our apartment building is working for the census. So beyond his mask, I realized who he was, and I accepted the form and took the census to take the census, and here we go. So he gave me a code. If you haven't taken it, you can log online on the information we provided and take the census. It's real. And every 10 years when the census is taken, please remember that redistricting happens. And to Gina's point, Carolyn's point, and the point that we make, it's important when your neighborhood is redistricted.
Yes, you can bring that up on your device and share the screen.
Yes.
Share the screen. Okay. So,
I always forget I can share.
I forget that too.
I'm sorry. Let me do that right now.
The census is important. Everyone should be participating. You could have participated by now if you haven't. And I'm going to give you another reason why it's really important is because, when you're looking up your ancestry and you want to know who your folks are, where they were, many times what you have is the census.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so it's more so it's also critical for our communities to get those resource dollars, but it's also really imperative that we do it for our ancestry so that your predecessors will be able to look you up and find you and know where you were and where you stood and what your identity was. Because now we can self-identify. See, what was really critical about this, and if any of my folks who are around on self-identification want to come in and talk about that, hit me up, text me, I'll send you into the studio. But when we actually talk about, and I know some of my brothers from the more science people of America can really relate to this, but when we talk about being able to self-identify in the census, there was a point where my grandfather and his siblings were all marked as Mexican in the census. And yes, we do have Mayan ancestry, and that man probably couldn't tell what they were very fair. They could, they're pretty ambiguous. And so he just kind of ended up marking them as Mexican, but we didn't have that opportunity. And when we talked about earlier this week, when we were talking about historically how whole voter rolls or census rolls were Native Americans were changed over to the classification of colored, we have an opportunity now to be able to correct a lot of the things that were happening, even on our birth certificates.
Right.
People who didn't have the ability. That white doctor took one look at you and your baby and they just decided you Black or you this, or you may be Creole, you may have a whole nother thing going on. You know exactly what your identification is. You know your ancestry, but those choices, those labels were slapped on you. The census is the way to do that.
Can you see I'm sharing my screen, Dallas?
Oh, I do see something that came up. Okay. Is that Andy Cohen? Oh, okay. So Gina, did you go back out, unshare it, and when you do it again, make sure there's a little checkbox that comes up at the bottom that says to share the audio as well. So
okay.
I'm happy to see a sign language used.
Yeah, the interpreter. Yeah.
Yeah, we needed an interpreter the whole entire time. I wish I didn't see one.
I think if you went on to the Dem's website, there you click watch. There are certain parameters that will allow you to be in a accessible mode, so that you can access and have sign language, or there's like a separate sign language.
Oh, okay, it's just not for the general public.
Right. If you know, and you go to that section, you look for it, or they request it. Also. Okay. So even as a delegate, they sent me something about that specifically, and I was appreciative.
Can you see it now?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you. Okay.
So what I wanted to show, this specifically, just really quick, I don't want to go through the whole thing.
Is it on mute? Go back to the video. Is it on mute? Just push M. Go back to that tab.
It says I'm sharing. It says sharing this stream to tab to that company.
Yes, but at the very box in the bottom left corner, that you have to check that shares the audio.
Yeah, I have that, but this doesn't have audio. It's just I'm sharing the screen. I'm sharing the census page.
That's not what we're seeing.
We're seeing Biden, Harris, and Andy.
No, because you're still sharing, Dallas.
Oh, I'm sharing the after party.
Do I need to break out the Uncle Nearest now?
After party. Oh, there it is. Sorry, Gina.
No problem. So the only thing I wanted to show really quick is that when you click, if you don't have a code, like you didn't get it in the mail, you still go to my2020census.gov, and then you click Start Questionnaire. It will ask you for the code.
Yeah.
But then you click right here. You don't have a census ID. You click right here. It still takes you to the questionnaire. Boom. So you have no excuse. Get it done.
I did not use my census ID that came. In the mail.
Oh, did you?
You just logged on?
I logged on and I filled
I have the code.
I filled in my sister, her husband. I filled in my brother. People who I know were going to go in there. I went in and filled them all in. My uncle's cousins, I filled them in.
Well, how does that work if you don't use your code, but you just use the form directly? Because then how do they know which address actually?
Oh, I put the address in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can put the address in there.
The address is attached to a code. So it'll come up, it'll automatically populate, and probably in their back end, even if it's not for yours, but your address gives that information.
Now, wait a minute. I know I didn't put this.
Because if they don't, they'll do like they did knock on your door.
Well, I stopped sharing, so whatever you had would be popping up.
You silent. Oh, I need to give you the Wi-Fi code too, just in case.
Dang, it keeps the whole.
Good.
Well, we're learning, and this has been fun. And this has been such a fun week with everybody. And shout out to my sis Kim K. McFarland. I see you in there.
Hey, Kim.
Somebody said they are voting for Senator Melina Lawrence.
What? Whatever. Oh my God, that's crazy.
Come on, Senator.
Yeah. I've never thought about being senator though. But thank you for the compliment, Mr. Dean.
A request is this moonshine. This is water.
Some moonshine would be good. Shabazz, sippy cup. Sippy cup.
Your friend has
sippy cup.
Then my sippy cup. My way.
Apple juice,
yeah, ladies. I mean, we're wrapping it up. You know, we're
We're wrapping it up.
It's been a hell
we wrapping it up.
it has been a hell of a week. Truly, just to do this and sit through 16 hours. This is what we would be doing at convention, though, y'all. We would be
Team no sleep at convention.
It's team no sleep. We would be going out after this.
We would be about to go party.
We would be at the Poppin'S party.
You know, we'd probably be at the BET party.
Right.
Okay?
Shout out to BET and all the Black parties, the California party. Okay, I know we're talking about convention, but Dallas, you just reminded me again. This year we are going to miss CBC.
CBC is now being carried out online through a course of
online programming, virtual programming
over the course of a few weeks. Which
this Poppin' is very extended.
It won't ever be the same. I don't know how they account for that Phoenix dinner because you won't catch me paying $900 to sit and look at you.
Copy that.
Y'all gonna have to send me a meal, something. Somebody, Barack gonna have to.
I mean, are they gonna be delivering meals on wheels for CBC? If their sponsors delivered meals on wheels during CBC,
that's
you don't have to be in an underprivileged zip code. You can be in any zip code because we all be at CBC lobbying, legislating, and hosting talks.
Absolutely.
Shout out to IBWPTY September 10th. Please come register online.
And that's a conversation. Maybe we'll come back and think about what we want to talk about and maybe do a little dialogue for the Congressional Black Caucus because I think that's the next step.
You did a great job.
The stuff that's going on because I think there's so many things that happen at caucus we don't always get to catch it, and this might be a time for us to be able to pull in more meetings and conversations and guide people through the CBC because we have a completely different experience, I think, than folks who go to the Congressional Black Caucus and catching the different dialogues. And it's so beautiful because you get to see the Black environmentalists, the Black educators, the Blacks in finance, the Blacks in real estate and automotive.
Technology, entertainment, policy.
And it's such an amazing thing. And then the intersection of the policy that impacts all of those industries, how it impacts us in those industries. So, I mean, cannabis, you're starting to get every single set of Black folks and the policies that impact us.
And our members.
More so than ever.
Our members during CBC are very present with their constituents. And the constituents, I appreciate how we actually lead in those rooms aside of the panel discussions. And if they don't, they get called out for it through their constituency. And so I think that's important. And being online, I hope that constituents are heard just as much online as they are in person this year. It's going to be interesting to see. Somebody congratulated us in the feed, you guys.
Someone is congratulating our lip colors as well. Thank you.
We all put some lippy on tonight.
Shout out to Pam Ewing from the Lip Bar, the sister at the Lip Bar.
Shout out to Gina, the Lip.
We got the pastor in to just close us out. Come on in, William.
Hey.
Hallelujah. You ready?
Convention is over with.
Convention is over.
Yes.
Look, it's over for us. Thank the Lord. Yeah, I think this was the strangest way to for me to close out, being a delegate. 20 years of blood, sweat, and tears. And, I don't think it's sad. I think it's just, we have to do better. And if you want someone like me to be going around and promoting a party, you have to be willing to say Black Lives Matter in your platform. You have to,
and that's where they lost me this year.
You have to be willing to do the work and really explain how systemic racism is going to be ended through the work of this party.
Right.
And if you can't do those things and tell me that, this is not the space for me. And I love all my friends in the party. I love many, many, many Democrats, from the highest of the heights to the low, even the people that some of y'all think that progressive black women don't talk to. I do. And I always think that you want somebody like me back, you get serious about campaign finance reform. You get serious about financing, making campaigns publicly financed. Yeah. You got to get serious about that. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, my life matters. So you get to
that part.
Those 3 things.
Dallas.
You don't get to those 3 things. Hey,
that's right.
Boom, Dana.
Earrings, they match. Hey.
Boom.
But also, I have to thank you all. I don't know if you know this, Melina. But
Pastor, we can't hear you.
Come closer.
Hold on. Let me see.
Come closer.
Come to the altar.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Just want to thank you all. Melina, I don't think you had the time, and obviously we had not met, but that's okay. Gina, Dina, and Dallas for signing on and endorsing my proposal, which I knew it wasn't going to get accepted, but to be incorporated about reparations for American descendants of slavery. That's how we address systemic racism, But yeah, and I'm probably with you, Dallas, on the fact that I think this is I know this is my last convention as a delegate. If I come back, I have to be invited.
We'll have to make it worth our while.
Yeah. You have to really make it.
Question for y'all walkers. Questions for the walk-offs. Question for the walk-offs. So as you walk off the field, this is the end of the DNC. as you walk off, because we know you franchise players. We know y'all franchise players in this game. We know it. So you walking off, but how do you maintain and show unity to get people to the polls now? Because I think what you're doing is valid, and you're going to do it anyway because of how type of thinkers y'all are, and you're going to keep doing the work. But can you share with people, walking off doesn't mean what?
It doesn't mean that I stopped voting. I stopped being engaged. Let's be clear. I have a political action committee, Melina, that I've had over 10 years.
Hey, it ain't for me. It's for the walker offers who's saying, well, I ain't going to vote no more. I just want to keep people engaged.
So
I don't stop. I'm committed to still helping Black women, progressive men, people of color be able to get elected to office. The folks that are going to be doing the right thing, the folks that show the highest integrity, I'm still going to be back there behind the scenes, doing that ad, doing that billboard that you're like, where did that come from? I'm going to be that girl still behind the scenes helping to do that type of work.
That's right.
But whether or not I give my time, talent, and energy to the Democratic Party is a completely different story.
Yeah.
Well stated. Okay, Pastor.
Talent, energy, and money, because a lot of people don't realize
that part.
Being a delegate is expensive, and you don't get paid to do that. It's a volunteer position.
And like I said, were you finished, Dina? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I.e., you hit the nail on the head, Pastor. For me, there's no separation between church and state in the Black community. So I'm going to see to it that as I want every person that is in my care regarding pastoral care, their soul to be well and fed. Also, they will be registered to vote. You cannot be a member of my church and not be registered to vote.
Amen.
Not be registered to vote and not be a voted educator.
You can't be my friend if you don't vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, part of my job description is to accept everybody for who they are. So, so we got a little bit different requisite, but also, and Gina knows this, I'll more likely than not be pursuing public office anyway. And like I said, I just know I'm not coming back to the Democratic Party as an elected delegate. unless, like I said, unless I'm invited to the party. Because as grandmama, Mother Wit would say, suggest you don't put yourself at the table unless you're invited, especially when people have told you they don't want you. So, yeah, that's where we are, and it's time. So yeah, but I got you all, and I'm full. So thank you,
and we got you.
Yeah, as well as congratulations on your Dem Misfit Black Girl segment, and I'm just looking forward to further advocating for you all and being, like I said, a warrior for you. So yeah, and also
Thank
Melina,
you.
I tried to connect you on social media, so don't shade a bro. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. We are having those conversations about what's next for Dem Misfit Black girls, because I think people have been telling us they want to hear more from us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and we actually they'll be hearing from us tomorrow.
Yes, so you will get to see us again tomorrow. We will be on Fox Soul with the Tammy Mack Show. Shout out to Tammy Mack.
Shout out.
Since it started, and she's had some really amazing folks on there. So I'm proud. I'm excited that we're gonna be on there with Tammy and get to talk about this week and the stuff that we talked about. It's been a hell of a week, y'all. From civil rights to Black girl magic and women entrepreneurs to environment, water rights,
gun violence. We've talked about many different things.
U.S. Postal Service.
Yeah.
The Postal Service. Listen, people. The post office is telling you can't trust them with your ballot. They're basically telling you got to go to the poll.
They're basically letting us know what they've been told not to do.
Right.
They're giving us a heads up.
And it's so, I'm like, is this even constitutional?
Up and
well, so the only issue is that, like I said, this is in the middle of COVID and the flu season. And so we're going to still see a high uptick in mail-in ballots. So we just have to do it early. And that's why I keep promoting ballot tracks for California, because I would rather you mail in your ballot and track it with ballot tracks than not go at all because of fear of contracting COVID. On top of that, young people, people our age, we need to sign up to be poll workers, because usually that job goes to like the elderly, the people who are retired, but they're not going to come out right now. They can't. They're high risk. So, just make sure you sign up to be a poll worker. They throw you a little money. Not much, but a little.
Yeah.
And so,
with the unemployment stats, Gina, with the unemployment stats, over 50 million Americans unemployed, and young people especially being cut off from their jobs and work study funds. This is the perfect time for young people to get civically engaged. Parents, the household, keep it safe and wear a mask and exercise your rights to, work at the polls.
Exactly.
And make that money.
Right.
So if you're here in LA County, you can go to lavote.net and you can sign up to be a poll worker there. You can also register to vote. You can check your registration. But I just wanted to also go ahead, Dallas.
Any county registrar.
Because we got folks all over the place. Watching this.
Yeah. So of course, your county registrar, Secretary of State website. I know I've been posting stuff for Indiana, election commission, whatever they call it for your state, But I just wanted to also kind of use this time for my little closing remarks. Getting Trump out of the White House does not mean you agree or comply with the Democratic Party. Let me repeat that. Getting Trump out of the White House does not mean you have to agree nor comply, but you just need to do it. It means that you recognize we're in a bad place that will get worse if he stays in office. And that is fine. Everybody should recognize that. Don't feel like you have to, recognizing that as something bad, that you have to vote. It's a bad thing to vote for the Democratic ticket to get this crazy person out of the White House. that doesn't mean that you have to be the cheerleader, but that does mean you still are obligated to vote, and get out there. So I just wanted to kind of like share that. Like William said yesterday, unity does not mean uniformity. So, we can unify behind this ticket to get Trump out, but that doesn't mean that we might not, we'll be at, that doesn't mean we're going to be at the inauguration throwing, confetti and shit. That means I might still be at inauguration holding a Black Lives Matter sign with some side eyes.
Facts.
Like your outrage and your, the kind of discontent that we're doing pushing for these issues does not end just because you agree to say, okay, yeah, I'm going to vote for Biden and Harris because we got to get Trump out the White House because he's doing detrimental harm to my community, the Black community, the Latino community. We're in deep trouble if this man gets reelected. I mean, that's just real.
Yeah.
So we have to do what we have to do, but that does not mean that you are agreeing to comply. That does not mean that I'm going to that I'm just going to sit there and then just be a good little girl and let them pat me on the head in the LACDP. No, I'm going to continue to push bylaws changes, rules changes, whatever is needed to make this, to keep the community moving forward. But I can't move forward if I have this dude up there, eating Cheetos and McDonald's and ruining everything that, we're trying to work for. So I'm just going to say that. And I just wanted to let you guys know, don't feel guilty. I know the progressive wing, the real left side, that is my base, are still tearing each other apart. I'm trying to get you to skip these steps right now and kind of move forward, but feel how you feel. Don't come at me because I'll destroy you if you do. But, just FYI, I had to put that out there for all the people who might come at me. Don't. Just don't.
Right. Yeah. And
once again,
to add to that, voters need to also realize that voters also need to realize that casting your vote for the presidency, that's actually the beginning. That's the beginning of the process when you are a voter. Because after you get people in office, you have to hold them accountable. And you don't do that by forgetting about the process that's supposed to take place after they're in office. You still have to protest. You still have to call your senators and the rest of your state legislators. You still have to hit those streets, and you still have to be extremely active in your local politics, in your community. And to add what you said, Gina, about our progressive family, I just keep reminding them that they need to consider the people that are most vulnerable in their midst and vote in their best interest.
So, yeah, exactly. I just wanted to share this graphic because it's so pertinent to what we're talking about right now. And it talks about the impact of your vote. Dallas, can you see it?
Oh.
Can you see it?
We can see
Yeah,
it.
we can
Oh,
see
okay. I'm
it.
sorry because I can't see the restream when I'm on this tab. So you see the impact of your vote. You see what level of government affects what, right? So the pothole outside of your house is a local matter. It's not Trump's matter. It's not Biden's matter. That's your mayor, your city council, your commissioners, sorry, Melina. Your board of supervisors.
Yeah, I've been there.
Don't apologize. It is what it is.
You know what I mean? So that's your board of supervisors. These are your local government. Then you have your state government, water conservation. Hello, somebody. Healthcare, universities. And then we have the federal. So you see what the federal includes, and a lot of the issues that we're fighting for actually can be solved here, right here, between state and local.
Can you actually read down that list on state? Like, what does it say?
Oh, sure. So states,
no, the one to the left of that. Oh, local.
DMV, disabilities, services, health and welfare, health and human services, and water conservation. You got schools, parks, recreation, street repair, police, and fire. Yes, all those things, local. I think they all make a difference. But right now, the biggest thing, obviously, is getting this Trump out of office.
Yes.
Yes. We have to.
This is not a game, folks. This
Not
is
at all.
real. We can't play. We can't afford to play. I didn't want to vote for Joe Biden. I told everybody and their mama who would listen to me not to do it, and I would never do it. But listen, you better do it. We don't have a choice.
You better do it.
We don't have a choice, and that's just it. And so we're there. But what's our time? Okay, we got a few more little minutes.
Yeah,
William, you wanted to say something?
No. Y'all just look great. Y'all popping. You're shining. I'm just glad to be a winner.
We did what we could. I think for this, you just never know. You never know who's going to show up. You never know who will be there to show love. But I would be remiss if I did not bring up, I was trying to bring up before, Joseph Kitchen, who was the chair of the Young Democrats of Maryland. And he passed away this week. And many, many young Dems across the country who have been organizing or just really heartbroken. And I've been friends with his brother, and I love his brother. His activism in Los Angeles is amazing. And his brother does a lot of work with AIDS Project LA and the party. He's getting engaged with the party more. And so I met his brother when Ed Buck situation had arisen, and he had killed his brother's friend Jamel Moore. And that's how we met Jerome a few years ago, and he's been organizing ever since. So to hear that, I couldn't leave this convention without mentioning a young Dem, and I did see him come up in a photo montage this evening, which really warmed my heart, and I hope a lot of folks got to see that too. Also, this week, we lost a giant in California politics. I know people know about the Congresswoman Gwen Moore out of the Midwest, but in California, for many years, we've had our own dynamic Gwen Moore, and she was Assemblywoman here and was really big in utilities. And my mom last night, and the work that she did as an Assemblywoman to really raise Black folk in corporate America and corporate jobs into getting those promotions and breaking through those glass ceilings that many of us had. And so I just, anybody else, all of the losses that we've had this year, I think I would really like for us to close out on just calling out our ancestors that have been going on in transition, be it COVID or otherwise.
Right. Before we close out, Dallas, I'd like to say to all of our viewers, and even those who will see this later, that this is an opportunity. Literally, it's been said throughout the DNC, and we've said it ourselves, that this is the vote of a lifetime, because we're literally voting for the preservation of life. And what we're seeing and what I'm feeling is just an atrocity to our human rights, not to mention our constitutional rights, locally, statewide, even federally. Most of the things that are being done here in America, the world is watching. And the world is watching what we choose to do and what we're going to do. So it would behoove us to get to the polls. If it's not for you, if you don't feel like going to the polls, take an extra step and think about the 170,000 people still climbing, because we're talking about a vaccine for the COVID pandemic rather than a cure to end this disease. Those 100, and vote for them. Cast your vote for the 170,000 people plus still growing.
174,000.
174,000 that won't be able to vote and passed away alone. For me, that keeps me up. That keeps me up because spiritually, there's a whole nother conversation about the energy shift that has to happen in our atmosphere.
We're going to have to burn a land full of sage to get rid of this juju.
Yeah. And then other than that, I just think it's just time for us to usher in another generational voice and vision to make America what it needs to be. We're talking about the soul of the country. That's the main soundbite, the word soul. But every soul has a character. And I would choose to say and speak life to our characters as a voter, as a citizen, as a daughter, you know, that this time right now is our time, and we can't turn our backs. We can't turn our backs on racism, uprooting racism in this country. So now more than ever, it's like, show up, put your vote where your mouth is, and let us know that you did vote. And if we can assist you guys, help you with everything, please stay connected on our platforms. So I just wanted to say that before we called out our ancestors, that it's bigger than us, and our country's worth saving, just like our planet.
I do.
Before we that, I'm actually.
I think Pastor. What you say, Pastor?
Dallas
I know
is about to share something.
Okay.
Before you do
go
that,
ahead. He can say what he has to say while I'm pulling this up. Yeah.
Go for it. Go for Pastor.
What did that say? I don't want to interrupt her.
William, you're good to go.
No, for you. Go ahead.
We fell asleep in one world and woke up in another. Suddenly, Disney is out of magic. Paris is no longer romantic. New York doesn't stand up anymore. The Chinese wall is no longer a fortress, and Mecca is empty. Hugs and kisses suddenly become weapons, and not visiting parents and friends becomes an act of love. Suddenly you realize that power, beauty, and money are worthless and can't get you the oxygen you're fighting for. The world continues its life, and it is beautiful. It only puts humans in cages. I think it's sending us a message. You are not necessary. The air, earth, water, and sky, without you are fine. When you come back, remember that you are my guest, not my masters.
Ashe to Mother Gaia.
Ashe, ashe. The lot that.
Mother
Gaia.
Gaia.
I thought the summer was going to be in New York this year.
So I'm just gonna pull up this. I have the presentation ready.
What we got?
Present is what I want. Present. You did it before.
You did it before.
Now you
You do it again.
Okay. Well,
I can pull up?
Let me see.
It's a play. It will play.
This you wanted
It's
to
been an
do
emotional day, you guys.
Yeah, truly, a week. And I just wanted to go through this really quick because we were talking about suffragettes, and I know this is the Dem Misfit black girls, but I wanted to show this misfit white girl because she really was riding at a time when it wasn't possible. And
I'm all down for the allies.
Right?
People always talk about Susan B. Anthony. When they talk about this woman suffrage, and 100 years later, they don't talk about Matilda Jocelyn Gage. And Matilda Jocelyn Gage was a suffragist who exposed sex trafficking and the sexual abuse of women and children by priests over 100 years ago.
Whoa.
Okay, so this is why they don't really talk about her, because Sister Girl was doing that work. Okay, right. And she offered her home to people escaping slavery when she was pregnant with her third child and faced thousands in fines and 6 months in jail, pregnant, doing it. Okay, that's Matilda Jocelyn Gage.
She even got a gangster pose though. Look at her. She gangster.
She like come for me if you want to.
Come on, Matilda.
Okay. I'm going to have to start copying that and pose. It's like,
okay, yeah, that's that Malcolm. That before Malcolm, that was that. Yeah. Okay,
that's that real OG suffragette.
So she saw indigenous societies far superior to her own, and she supported Native treaty rights, recognized their sovereignty, and was honorarily adopted into the Wolf Clan of the Mohawk Nation. Okay,
Major.
She was a bad girl, and she said, even Gloria Steinem said that this was a woman who was ahead of the women who were ahead of their time. She was ahead of the so-called ahead of their time. It was her. And the reason, and she was riding hard for Susan B. Anthony. Even when Susan was on trial, voting illegally in Rochester, Gage was there every day by her side. And it's so crazy that we don't know about her. And the reason why is because Susan was so conservative. They didn't want Black women to be a part of this movement.
Yeah.
Her and Elizabeth Stanton, they didn't want Black women to be of this movement. And so they really, and she was on those priests. Mm-hmm. And she was on those men that were trafficking kids. And so 100 years later, shout out to you, Matilda. You were a rider then, and we call on your name tonight.
Yes.
With the gangster pose,
right.
Matilda.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I've got now we can't call on Matilda and not call on our other ancestors. And I've got one more sheet to share, and it's going to be really quick.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I was going to be really emotional. I'm like, damn it, Dallas, I don't want to cry.
You be like, Susan B. Anthony. Penny Lou Hamer.
Yeah, we need to make sure our current day Matildas really show up and understand what's at stake.
I got to give a shout out to Erica Ferriston on that. Like, she is
not Susan.
Don't be like Miss Millie. Don't be
a Miss Millie now.
Be like Matilda. Okay, Matilda.
Yo, we should be. That's a meme, y'all. Moving forward.
That is a real meme.
And Matilda's hashtag is pay them.
What? Say that again.
Pay them.
That's right. Ooh, I love it. Pay them.
Matilda's hashtag is pay them. I love that.
Yes.
That is fantastic. But that's what she was on, even then. And I think we have to get there. It's going to take us a while. So hold on. I have put this presentation together for the Women's Caucus of the California Democratic Party for this. And it's got some white woman in it too, but we're going to get to these sisters because I wanted to shout them out, and we would be wrong to leave this moment in time and not have them.
I want to excuse myself so y'all can be the last.
Go ahead.
Okay, William, thank you for popping in.
Thank you, William. It was so nice meeting you.
And you kept it real with I don't know how you guys didn't meet in 2016. Melina was with us every day.
I probably met you and we was like in it. We was in it, head and heart in the present moment.
As we all were. Make no mistake.
Oh,
I
can see it. Okay.
Now I'm going to continue to steal your quotes, William, but I'll at you.
Please do. No problem.
I need to hear some of them.
Okay. Go to hit me up on social media, Melina, excuse me. Dina, Dallas, love, all love. Give my best. Mother Carolyn, love you, Mother. So
she's
all right.
in there. Okay, so we told the story.
Bye, William. Are you going to stay? Oh, he's
gonna.
Okay, all right.
William out.
Yeah, he's out. So I just wanted to shout out, and I was really pleased that Mary Church Terrell got the shout out from Kamala this week.
Yeah,
talking about Mary, and Mary was really a phenomenal woman. And Ida B. Wells, of course, was a big part of. Hold on, we couldn't see that. Anna Julia Cooper, Sojourner Truth, Alice Paul. Those are the women that didn't get their just due. They don't often get mentioned. And I think it's really important that when we talk about 100 years, that we know that Black women have not had voting rights for no 100 years.
Right.
This is about our 50 year, celebration.
It is the 55th year of the Voting Rights Act.
Right.
So we're not all the way at 100, but we're here and we are celebrating and we are acknowledging it. And so this was that crew, right?
Looking gangster.
Right?
Like, look at that. They look straight up like they
This is
will
who I
cut
wanted
you.
us to really see. And
that's like Della Reese and Harlem Nights.
yeah.
No, that's exactly what they look like.
Right? And is it gonna play for me? Ah, shoot. It may not give me the Mary Church Terrell. All right. Well, we just wanted to show that and be able to acknowledge those ancestors that were very much a
But
part of
I wanna, since you brought up, the thing about voting and Black women only being able to vote for 55 years since the passage of the Voting Rights Act. In 55 years, we have gone from not being able to vote to being the complete foundational voting bloc of the Democratic Party. And with that, I say I'm ready for a little bit more return on my investment.
That's
I feel like I've been getting a lot of symbolic solidarity, and I appreciate the symbolic solidarity, but I need a little bit more return on my investment and my mother's investment and my grandmother's investment. And so I'm calling out the party on that. Like, where's my ROI, homie? I don't feel very returned. And I don't think that this loyal voting bloc that they have depended on, that got them their little moderate Doug Jones in Alabama, I don't think that that's going to go past us. Dallas is already out, so that leaves you, before, how long before Melina's out? How long before Dina's out? How long before I'm out? So you guys I'm just sending a message that you guys are losing your voting base because we're not getting return on investment. So I'm just putting that out there. I just want to drop that gem just in case somebody listened.
Yeah. And on that note too, there's another ally movie coming out called Into Light Film, and it's on one of the women in the movement in the early 1900s. Her name is Inez Milholland. I will admit that I don't know that much about her background, but it came in tonight. A producer that I worked with worked on it, and she was very instrumental too in giving speeches to institute the right to vote for women in the early 1900s. Her name again is Inez Milholland, and the film is called Into Light. And once I'll find out if we can get tickets to see this, you guys, so that we can perhaps critique it and talk about allyship later on.
I would love that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So also we got to shout out Daisy Bates, Fannie Lou Hamer, Josephine Baker, obviously Shirley Chisholm.
They're gonna stop using Shirley Chisholm in all their quotes.
But where my Tubmans at? Where my $20 Tubmans at?
Right.
No, I don't want them putting that picture of her on that $20 bill. They purposely made her look really bad. I do not like that actual photo that they have. Now, yes, put her on there, but don't sit there and use that particular picture. I'm sorry. Like, it just, to me, it was like they wanted to make her look bad. I could just hear it and see what they did. Like, I feel like,
see what everybody else on money looks like.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying. I just feel like they just chose the worst looking.
Whatever photo they pick, Harriet, that's the one. I'm fine with it. Just print it. Just print it.
I go to Africa, I see black faces on all the money. I want to send it and save it at the same darn time because I'm just so excited, so prideful to see us on that money. And we spend it. We might as well represent on it and bring it back to our communities to circulate.
So that's why we will continue to do what we're doing in terms of building our communities. But I wanted to make sure that we didn't close out without talking about these people. And so from Sandra Bland to Tamir Rice,
Dorothy Height,
Trayvon Ford,
Ezell Ford, Philando Castillo, Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor, George Floyd,
Breonna Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Breonna Taylor.
Oh, and Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh, did we say
No,
Breonna
what about
Taylor?
that
I said Brianna, but I didn't say Taylor. I was just like Brianna, like she was my sister. I was like Brianna. My bad, Brianna Taylor.
And
But she
Brianna
is our
weighs heavy
sister.
on me, dude, because Brianna, I was an EMT before I became a nurse. She was an EMT ready to go to nursing school from the Midwest. And let's say I didn't have the best selection in men sometimes either. So when I heard that situation, that story, and then learned about her, she was an essential employee. So all lives matter, all those fucking people who are just out there, like she was like, in the streets as an EMT. So, she was an essential worker. And just to hear like she was a kind soul and she was trying to be a nurse, and that killed me right there. And then also Elijah McClain broke me.
Yeah, Elijah McClain. Justice
Now that
for
broke me.
Elijah.
So on that note, we do this, the work that we've done in this party and the work that you all will continue to do. You all have my charge, my blessing, my support. Y'all are only two people that could probably call me and get some work out of me. But this is it. We're going to close. Good
All
night.
right. Thank you,
Good night,
audience,
everyone.
lovely comments. You guys did great all week. Great job. Congratulations. Great job. You ladies look beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.
I lead with love. Lead with love.
And wisdom.
Thank you.